mal einen Song rausgesucht zum Mitklatschen. Mal sehen, ob wir Spaß haben. Here we go. Und jetzt. Und los. Ja, läuft schon, wir können es besser.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to day one of competition at this year's Düsseldorf Grand Slam. I'm delighted to be sitting alongside former world champion and double Olympic medalist Neil Adams. Good morning, Neil.
Yeah, good morning to you, Sheldon. And we're looking forward to a great competition, aren't we? Because this is one of the main competitions building up to the Olympic Games, because we've got a lot of domestic kind of sorting out to happen between some of the Japanese team. We know that we've got some of those going head-to-head for their Olympic places. World and Olympic champions not going to go to the Olympic Games. Can you imagine that one? And then, of course, we've got everybody else trying to pick up points, late points, to try and qualify for the Games. So it should be an amazing event.
Well, as Neil has just said, there's a lot to be looking at. We've got 5 weight categories to bring to you on this opening day. It's the under 60 and under 66 kilo categories for men, and the under 48, 52 and 57 kilo categories for women. We can start by taking a look at the women, I think, because we're going to start with a men's weight category. That's what is on show. So let's have a look at the under 48 kilo category. No Daria Biladid, but we do have the former world champion here as the number 1 seed, Tanaki Funa of Japan. Julia Figueroa of Spain is the number 2 seed. The number 3 seed we've lost. She's withdrawn as of yesterday. She was in the draw originally, but pulled out there. And then the number 4 seed is Laura Martinez of Spain. And Neil mentioned this head-to-head of various countries. And for me, this is the one to be looking at in the under 48 kilo category. These may not be the 2 the top fighters in the world, but today this is where it's going to be sorted out between Laura Martinez and Julia Figueroa. And you can see that they are 2 and 4 seeds here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the country's choice as to who goes. If they're in the qualification zone, then it's up to the country as to who goes. So, I mean, we've got quite a few, haven't we? Also in the men's, in the Netherlands, from the Netherlands, yeah. We've got the heavyweight division. All over the place, actually. The Japanese team have got, an absolute headache. I mean, in the under 48s, for example, the number 1 seed here, Tanoki, she is trying to get her place, but they know that she can't beat Biladid, you know what I mean? So their problem is, do they send the junior world champion or do they send her?
Yeah, and we saw her against Biladid, and it was reasonably close, but in the end, Biladid came through, and I think that experiment still needs, some evaluating as to whether or not that's the choice that they're going to make. Anyone else that we should be looking at there today, 48s?
No, I think that, we've kind of given our views, haven't we? I think the number 1 seed there, probably the hot favourite.
Tanaki Funa. Right, in the under 52 kilo category, here's where it gets really interesting. There's no Malinda Kel-Mendy, but we do have the number 1 seed, Amandine Bouchard from France. We've got Abe Uta from Japan. The number 3 seed is Ana Perez Box of Spain, and the number 4 seed is Geffen Primo of Israel. What are your thoughts on that one, Neil?
Well, Bouchard, obviously, she's the one that has actually taken a match off Abe, and Abe for me, is quite clearly the hot favourite for the Olympic Games for the gold medal. But Bouchard is a spoiler, so she spoiled her. But I think it's going to go the opposite way here, and I think that Bouchard could find herself bushwhacked, if you wish. I think that she's going to come out all guns blazing here, Abbe, to prove a point.
As Annette Boehm says from time to time, revanche.
Revenge.
Revenge. Yeah, that's what she says. She's sitting
says?
in the commentary position next to us.
Okay.
Right, under 57 kilo category there, number one seed, then Jessica Klimke of Canada. There's no Krista Deguchi here, the current world champion, her biggest rival for that spot in Canada and the world number one. She's not here, so it's down to Jessica Klimke, the number one seed here. Number two seed is Theresa Stoll of Germany. The number three seed is Sarah Leonie Sisik of France. And the number four seed is the ever-present Karakas Hedvig of Hungary.
I love Klimke, and I think she's going to be up there, and I think Sisik will be up there roundabout with her as well. I think it'll be those two, but you can never tell. One contest lost, and it all works out differently, doesn't it? But I think that Klimke there is one of the ones fighting for a very important Olympic place, in Canada, and she's going to want to win this. She knows that it's on the line, and she's got to go out there and win the gold medal.
In the mix there as well, Helene Rosovo in that top half of the draw, a former world champion and 4 times world masters champion Dortsurin Sumia of Mongolia, the exciting and massive thrower Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia down in Pool C, and then down in Pool D, Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel. Okay, we'll do the 66 kilo category first because there's a massive number there, 65 judoka in all. Number one seed is Denis Vieru of Moldova. The number two seed is Daniel Kagnin. Number two seed is Ganbol Kurlin of Mongolia. Number three seed is Daniel Kagnin, who had a shocker last week. And the number four seed, well, we've lost her. Lost him. He also had to pull out, so Yakub Shamilov of Russia is the lucky boy who gets a bye.
I think here we've got Veru, obviously, and we've got Abe, haven't we? And Veru there, I think that he's up there with a chance of winning an Olympic medal. I really believe that.
Nice thrower.
I think, he's a really nice, he's got good technique, but I think it's possible that he could pull something out of the bag at the Olympic Games. Abe, we still don't know whether Abe's going to go to the Olympics or not. That's, incredible. They've got
Maruyama Joshiro.
Maruyama, who's not, decided not to come.
Yeah, don't need it.
Well, he's decided to leave it up to the national championships, their national championships, to sort it out between him and Abe. And he can't afford another loss against Abe, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it could be trouble for him. And so Maruyama is not here. I think Abe's going to be the favourite.
I think that the card that Maruyama has just played there has been, okay, Düsseldorf, Grand Slam, go and show us what you've got. Let's have a look.
Oh, no, he's laid it on the line for him, hasn't he?
Says,
he's just done that.
You go to Düsseldorf and lose, pal. End of story.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, we've got one more weight category to look at. It's the under 60 kilo category. Number one seed, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. The number two seed is Francisco Garrigos of Spain. Number three seed, Takato Naohisa of Japan. We could be here all day talking about him. And the number four seed is Eric Takabatake of Brazil.
Well, Lefalayev, you can't write him off, can you? Because, he is, he's always there roundabout, and that's why he's got number one ranking. But, obviously, when you look at Takato, I think he's won something like 8 or 10, I'm not sure which it is, Grand Slams, not just Grand Prix, Grand Slams, as well as 3 World Championships. And I think that he's got everything to prove here as well. He needs the gold medal here, especially after his
another
teammates.
one, exactly, with Nagayama Ryuju.
Well, Nagayama didn't just win the Paris tournament, he won it in style.
Yeah, and that's another one who said, okay, show me what you can do.
Show me what you can do,
so
and
that's where
he's put it on the line.
Right, in there as well, Tornika Chakadua of the Netherlands, Yang Yung Wei of Chinese Taipei, Kim Wonjin, Republic of Korea, and possibly, well, I don't know, Ashley Mackenzie down in Pool D. That might be interesting. We're going to go to map number 4 And we're going to start with the opening contest between Ganbat Balbatar of Mongolia. He's up against Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. It'll be Ganbat in the white judogi, Kitadai in blue. I've just had the thumbs up from my chief, who said that I changed mats perfectly. So that's good news, isn't it? I did something right.
Yeah, no, it's good. We've got a new little system here, so we should be able to operate some slow motion action as well for you all if we see something dynamic. But this is a good one to start with here because, well, first round, under 60 kilos category, Ganbat Kitadai. Well, you normally see these in the second or third round. Former world champion on your left there, in white.
And just as you said that, he circled.
Yeah, back on the
I was
left.
thinking, oi, get back. Messing up my commentary, yeah?
Well, both of these are really big throwers, aren't they? Huge throwers. But it doesn't always, I mean, they go into defensive mode, and of course, the main aim is to block each other out.
Kitadai is going to struggle to make it now. I mean, Takabataki would have to do something really silly to lose that spot. He's the one who's got, I think he's probably 2,000 points ahead of him. It's a big gap. You know, you get 100 points, maybe even 500, 600. But once you start getting into 1,000, 2,000 points ahead.
Well, I think it's at the stage, isn't it, where you keep going just in case the other one gets injured or something happens.
Yeah. There are a few of those.
Yeah, I mean, some of the head-to-heads, I mean, you've got the from different countries, you know, so if they've got two in the qualifying zone, the ones with the highest amount of points are not always the favourites to go, are they? And it doesn't mean that they're definitely going to go. They have to wait to see what the governing body does.
Did you have a favourite belt? I know it's just a stupid question, but did you have a favourite belt?
No, it's not a stupid question. I absolutely had a favourite belt. And it was, I remember competing with this one particular belt. It fell off me in the end. It was that old. And you wouldn't get away with it now.
No, wouldn't.
You couldn't do it because
I'm looking at these two. They've just come out the packet, haven't they?
Yeah,
Look,
windmill belts. Windmill belts like that. I mean, if you flicked it on one end there, one of them would take off. No, but I remember somebody saying to me, well, that belt's going to fall off, and it did.
First round, please welcome the white from Kuwait.
Now that's going to be a score.
Ojigari.
That's a score. I think, well, we didn't see his landing there. The referee was perfectly situated. He might ask to see that again. No, he was right on it there.
Yeah. And we were talking about this in Paris. When you've got that situation, we've got one view from this side. The landing is on the other side. You have to go with the referee in that instance because it's at his feet. He's in a really good position there, Mathieu Bataille, the referee, and he's made real progress for me. We quite often talk about the fighters, spend a lot of time talking about the fighters, but every contest has a referee in the middle, and sometimes it's worth just having a look to see who it is, how they control that contest, how they manage things, and quite cleverly he's moved out the shot just as we were talking about him. So second penalty picked up by Ganbat there, so it's 2 against the Mongolian. We're into the last minute. Here's Neil again.
Well, I think the thing as well about Ganbat here, former world champion, fighting really to try and get to the Olympic Games. He's after Olympic qualification. He wants to finish his career on a high. And difficult. It's a difficult situation to be in. He's not quite at his very, very best, and so you see them kind of struggling to find the form. And they want that last performance, that last great performance. It's like a drug. Now then, he's all over the place here.
He
Ganbat.
just stepped it up, hasn't he?
I think
he's seen it.
Yeah, it's going to be all over any second now.
Yeah. the two things, you could see two things happen there. Ganbat looked drained in the last minute, and Kittadai was kind of respectfully apologising to him for mugging him at the end there.
And it was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Like you said, just up
yeah.
the pace there, just got the third Shido on the board.
Next gear.
And the former world champion goes out. So absolutely guaranteed no points for him. And, well, I don't know where he is in the qualification for the Olympics.
Gonna struggle, I'm afraid. Kemran Nurilayev of Uzbekistan should be up next against Solomon Oga of Nigeria. Is that Nigeria, isn't it? Just waiting for the two fighters to come to the mat. Ganbat picks up a third penalty, and for some reason, when they put the third penalty on the board and the red card came up, things got a little bit stuck. Looks as though they've sorted it out now. Anyway, there's Solomon Ogar and Kemran Nurilayev. Nurilayev in the white judogi, Ogar in blue. I wouldn't have wished this on anyone to face Nurilayev first fight up. Doesn't bode well when the referee's got to tell you to bow at the beginning of the contest.
Well, we saw some as well, didn't we, out at the Paris tournament there, and it's going to be all over, is it? I think that is all over in just a couple of seconds there. Was a bridge by, well, it was a bridge by Oga, and it's all over for him, just a couple of seconds.
Sad, isn't it? Yoko Tomoinagi put him out pretty quickly. It might be a little bit too late now.
I think it might be. We're going to try this. I know it's...
Yeah, it was already done. Nice try, though.
So I'll have to be a little bit quicker there on the replay just to catch it.
We did get to see him going off, though. Right, Moritz Plafke, a really promising youngster from Germany, is up against Temur Nozadze of Georgia. Not the first thing that Plafke wanted either. And over he goes.
Oh, that's Wazari. Well, just call the up on there. Not so sure. They might change that over.
And that time, that time, it was our side. We just missed out there. Yeah. Sorry, mate.
That's okay. We're just getting used to this this replay button that we've got here. So just bear with us.
I'm going to put it closer to Neil because I'm sure he's going to be better at it than I am.
All right,
and I think, do you know why? Because it's your refereeing supervisor experience has done it. Oh, look, someone's showing off now and showing us that they can get the replays right. Yeah, to be honest, he mugged us, the German boy, in attempting to make it look as though he wasn't on his back. Look, you absolutely all of the advertising and a back patch has completely disappeared because he's on his back, and he's twisting the bottom half of his body. He's just twisting the lower half of his body.
Yeah, he'd be absolutely gutted with that, won't he? Because Plafke is a real handful.
Good boy, yeah. But he was trying to con us there by twisting the lower half of the body, but his back was under complete control from Nozadze. That was a good win. Right, Corina Stefan of Romania goes up against Vera Zemanova of the Czech Republic. It's Stefan in the white judogi, Zemanova in blue, but we may go down to mat number 2 to have a look and see what's happening with Joshua Katz of Australia. He's up against Jabba Papinashvili. Let's see if that... We join the contest with a little less than half the contest still to go. Papinashvili has picked up Wazari. Katz has picked up a single Shido, and it's Katz in the white judogi, Papinashvili in blue.
Yeah, the Katz brothers doing well, aren't they? Really, they're out there. They're doing almost every tournament out in the world ranking tournaments, picking up valuable world ranking points for the Olympic Games. So good transition. That's what we're looking for, is the transition from standing down to ground. And just has a little look there, waiting for the mate. It's not a good thing to wait for the mate. You've got to get out of there. You really have. The referee will allow this to carry on just as long as something progressive. If there's a possibility of an ippon, he'll let it carry on. Definitely now, I think, getting to the stage of time wasting. So mate called. And this is a different Papinashvili, isn't it?
Yeah.
At 60 kilos.
The other one is Amiran. This is Chaba.
That's it. It's all over. Wazari was at the ippon. And a really nice Sianagi there. So
We missed it. We missed it.
Yeah.
You got to catch it quick.
You've got to catch it quick.
Keep your finger on the pulse.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. So second Wazari there for Papinashvili, taking through to the next round.
In blue from Guam, Jose Ramos.
So just a little look now, just to see where we're going to go from here. So
Yeah, Mike. Azerbaijan. He's a good boy.
Yeah.
Oruj Valizada of Azerbaijan
so
up against Dilmakale of
So
Peru.
we're still on
2.
Yeah, we're still on 2 here, and Valizada of Azerbaijan will be wearing white here. Uchimata, and that's straight away a Wazari. 2 points there, I thought. 2 points of contact, and directly into the Kesikatami. Wazari was at upon there, and Valizada of Azerbaijan makes easy work of that one.
Last week, I introduced Hilda Drexler to a new English word.
You're not going to tell us that,
No. She introduced me to a word. Yeah. Oh, you've got the replay
I
going.
have got the replay.
Oh, well
No, I
done.
didn't press it. No,
Oh,
it
no.
wasn't me.
we got mugged
I
again.
would take it.
Yeah, the word was useful. He's a useful player. We often say that in English. And she said, unfortunately, it suggests that the other player is useless.
Useless.
Yeah.
So nice Wazari there. 2 points of contact here. That's what you have to look out for. So made the first contact, then rolled onto his back. So Wazari given, and directly into the offside commi straight after. So it looks like we're going to get the replays back here. And
I think they're just helping us out.
I think that we
you
can
know.
just, yeah, maybe. But I think that we can get extra if we want to see it straight away.
Yeah, we just have to be that little bit more sharp. There's that battle between Corina Stefan, by the way, and Vera Zemanova taking place down on mat number 4 is still going. That's into the last minute now. And that young Czech fighter, Zemanova, giving the much more experienced Stefan some real problems. Formerly known as Koprioriu.
Aha.
Corina Koprioriu. She's struggling down there. Half a minute left to go in that one. Anyway, we've got Edwin Sello of Botswana. And I can't see his first name. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's Sukpaksi. Sukpaksi Situsane of Laos.
You always were better at the names, weren't you?
I
Did you
don't know.
practice them?
What? At night, at home, you mean? Like, you want all my secrets to come out. What's your reading material at night? Oh, it's
That's it,
the
yeah.
athlete
Just
list in
names.
the 60 kilo category. What a nerd. What a nerd. It's a team effort here.
It definitely is that.
I can pronounce the names. Neil knows what's going on.
Well, they're both going onto the sleeves, these two. It means they've got to go in straight away. Any unorthodox grip has to go in immediately. Nakikomi there from Cello.
Yesterday was quite funny. Neil was talking about pronouncing names, but yesterday when we had the draw, there was one weight category, and I looked at it and thought, oh no. one after the other. And the IJF competition manager, Dr. Lisa Annan, looked at me and winked after I'd said the weight categories to say, well done. I thought you were going to mess up there.
Credit.
Well done.
Yeah.
No score yet. I'm delighted for both these fighters because we saw what happened with the young Nigerian when he came out against, quality opposition. 15 seconds gone, done and dusted.
Yeah.
They were bowing with 15 seconds gone and he was on his way out. Whereas here, they're 2 minutes into the contest. It's a grand slam. They're in the middle for a while. There's a good feel. There's a crowd buzz going on because there are other contests on the mat that have German fighters. So there's this air of something happening. And these two fighters, Cello and Sitisana, can soak that atmosphere up.
And also, one of them's going to go through to the second round.
Yes. And take some Grand Slam points with him. Good for them. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there you
nice.
go. That's a nice Wazari there.
Yeah.
This is Sithatsen just right the way underneath there for that Sianagi. Well, they're just, I think they just having a little look to see if he landed on the points of his shoulders. I'm wondering if our saviour out there might have that to play back just to see the landing. They might just call the opponent. No, Wazari given. 2 points of contact, so just the Wazari for that. Cello, more time out there. Obviously, like Sheldon was just saying there, that the more time out there in the middle, every second is an experience. Yeah, they were looking at that. It's exactly what they were looking at there, the points of contact. 2 Shidos up there to Cello, one more, and it's going to be all over.
Be nice, to be honest, if he could just... He's had a look at the scoreboard. There's a little over a minute left to go. He's Wazari down. It'd be nice if he can hang in there. And even if he should go out on the back of the Wazari, he'll have gone 4 minutes in a Grand Slam. How many fighters from Botswana can say that? He's not going to make... Oh, almost countered him on the way over.
That was two different attacks there.
Yeah.
Definitely no score. Yeah, he nearly countered him, didn't he? It was very close. Situation like that, when they land together, sometimes better not to give any score whatsoever.
Yes, there's the temptation to think first of all of a positive, let's give a score for something, but really there are times when the best thing to do is to say it's not clear, better not to give anything. He's going to do this, isn't he? 20 odd seconds left to go. Edwin Cello is going to go 4 minutes in a Grand Slam and look reasonable doing it, given the level of competition.
Some good attacks, and he's really trying. He's all out there.
Lost contact with the hands on that Uchimata, and Sitisana was looking for the tip, but Cello was falling away from him, so that would have been a difficult one to bring off. That was a really good effort. Edwin Cello. Pleased for him. Might be worth nipping down to the warm-up area, giving him a pat on the back.
No, it's excellent, isn't it? I mean, like you said, every minute out there is it's a world championship fight for him. It's amazing stuff.
I think I'm going to do that. It just means something. There's no one else from our body going to go down there, tap him on the back, are they?
Just go and say,
well done, mate.
Big well done, and I'll keep us.
Absolutely. Leave you with Neil.
So I think what we're going to do here, we're going to go on to mat number 3, where we have Yoshiev of Russia, Islam Yoshiev, who's up against Lopez of Portugal. Good fight in the early stages here. Yoshiev of Russia in white. Should be a really explosive fight here. And already Lopez right the way underneath there, halfway through the contest, but Lopez is a Wazari up. So we're going to try and stay with the action all the time. Been backed up to the edge there, Lopez, and the ones that get backed up, well, there's difference. There is a difference between backing up yourself and making the mistake of getting caught on the edge and somebody backing you up by literally pushing you out. We'll try and point out some of the differences, because what happens is sometimes when they back up there and then you've got somebody that just blocks your way, they get the penalty for pushing. And actually the one that, normally it's the one that backs up themselves towards the edge that gets the penalty. But there is a little bit of confusion for sure with the edge play at the moment. Well, certainly Yoshiev didn't expect to be a Wazari down coming up to the last minute in this contest, but he's in defensive mode there. That's going to be a Shido for sure for Lopez, just dropping onto his back. So he is definitely on the retreat here. He's going to lose it on the edge, I think, here. Lopez definitely bad on the edge there. That for me was just a poor attack out of trouble. Probably get one more chance, I would have thought. No, he's going to get the penalty. So he does get the penalty, and there was a prime example of exactly what I was talking about there, of somebody who was trying to play from a tactical point of view, got caught on the edge by just letting himself drift towards the edge, and then very poor technique there. Cost him the match, 3 Shidos, and he is out. We've got all ladies on the 4 tatami now, so we'll stop on this tatami here with the under 57 kilos first round match. Jovana Rogic of Serbia here against Aldaz of the IJF.
First round for women under 57 kilo. In white for Serbia, Jovana Rogic. In blue, representing International Judo Federation, Sandra Aldaz.
Well, we see a lot of the end of sleeve grips, don't we, with the Sodi situations where both are pushing downwards. If you push downwards, then it's going to be an immediate penalty for the one pushing down. So just because you're dominant doesn't mean that you're not going to get penalised. And we'll try and push, we'll try and point those out as we go through the day as well. So Sorisora Komigoshi there from Rogic. Wazari scored. So Aldaz has it all to do. She'll have to come forwards. It's just over a minute gone. pick a time here, Rogic. Sianagi coming. I can just feel the build up. Just tapping away at the legs. No real attacks there from either. There's a good attack there from Aldas with the Sianagi. Now we're going to see the Osai Komi here. It's all over. So Rogic just has to hold for 10 seconds. She has a Wazari on the board. And just taps out there. It's all over. Rogic goes through.
And number 3. Next contest, first round for women under 57 kilograms. In white for Madagascar.
Well, I think we'll just have a little drift up to mat number 2, and we're going to have a look at Lung of Hong Kong against Konkina of Russia. Konkina of Russia is in blue. 2 Shidos already up to Lung of Hong Kong, and that's just over halfway in this contest here. So all the pressure being put on by Konkina.
Yeah, so I saw Edwin from Botswana.
And what did he say?
Sometimes you go down to the warm-up area to talk to an athlete and it goes really well. And when it does, oh, it's nice. Get the hip on, but
well, it was
good position.
Yeah, you could see. We had a clear position on that, didn't we? There for the landing. So was Ari there for Konkina?
Yeah, and when it goes well, you walk away and you forget it because it's gone well. So you've just gone down there and you've said what you had to say, and it doesn't stay with you because it was just pat on the back. Well done, mate. And off you go. This time, I don't think I'm going to forget it because I went down there and some other athlete grabbed me and I was chatting with him. And then Edwin walked past and I called out to him and he came back. The other athlete then left and his coach came. So I was with the coach and Edwin and I said, "You're the first fighter from Botswana that I've seen go 4 minutes in a Grand Slam." There's a third penalty picked up by Lengpo Sum of Hong Kong. She loses out to Anastasia Konkina of Russia. It's Konkina who goes into round 2. I'll just say who's coming up next, and then we'll finish off on that little story. It's Gultaj Mamadalieva of Azerbaijan. She'll be up against Amber Reul of Belgium. Mamadalieva in the white judogi, Reul in blue. Then there's Karolina Piankowska and Irem Korkmaz, Turkey, coming up next. But just finish off on that story. So I said you really did Botswana proud. Fought your heart out. You gave up a single score and you spent 4 minutes on the tatami. Really good. And he burst into tears.
Oh no!
Yeah, he's only a youngster, and then I thought, oh, what am I going to do here? So I put my arm round his head. He leant into me. He was pouring with sweat, and I've got this really nice suit on. And then he dripped sweat all over me.
Listen, you'll remember it.
And I thought, I'm not going to forget this, especially when I give him the dry cleaning bill. So anyway, he looked up. He said, "Thank you very much." And the coach was in the back doing all these kind of thumbs up signals. Keep going, keep talking to him. And I said, "No, I really do think that you did well." Neil Adams and I were watching the contest, and you only gave up that single Wazari. You had a couple of good attacks. You did Botswana proud. And then he burst into tears again So I think he's probably quite an
It's a real
emotional
pep talk
chap.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not going to like
No.
the sight of me again. Is he?
No.
But I
I'm
think
going
it
to
is
send you
worth
down
it.
yeah, no, it is absolutely, and he'll remember the fact that you came up, and I'm sure that he'll come up at a different time.
Well,
and say
depending
something to
on what his English is like, because I only heard him through the tears. Depending on what his English is like, we could have him up here. He could talk a little bit about what it's like, training in Botswana, because it's not the top end of judo in Africa as far as performances are concerned. But that was a good effort from a young boy, and I think it's worth at times just to pick someone out and say, hey, you did well.
Good.
Right, no score yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece, and it's the fast improving Mammadalieva of Azerbaijan. If you go back a few years ago, you could forget the women's program in Azerbaijan. That is not the case any longer.
I think that's the case, actually, in quite a few, isn't it? Georgia now, they're pushing to get their women up there so that they've got possibility of putting a full team in at the Olympics for mixed teams, of course. It's all mixed teams.
Eteri, Lipatiliani, and oddly enough, they've got them in 57, 70, and plus. Huh, exactly what you want. So they've just happened to have hit on those weights. They do have others, other good youngsters, but it's Eteri Lipatiliani, Mariam Chantaria, and Sofo Somkishvili. They're the three who have become almost heroines for the men's team, because the men know that they need one of them to win. They go absolutely mental. I've seen a team event with the Georgians, and I never thought that I would see Georgian men screaming for the women, but believe me, I looked at the men's team and they were going absolutely mental, because they needed a win from the women's team, and it was Eteri Lipatiliani who brought it off for them.
Great prospect as well, she is.
Mammadalieva, chance here on the arm, missed it. She trapped the right leg in there, and that's not going anywhere now.
We had a couple of drops there as well.
Yeah.
One from white and one from blue. Lucky to get away with it. She doesn't get away with it.
Spotted it. Yeah.
2 Shidos apiece up there. One more and it's going to be all over. And they're both of them drifting towards the edge here. Just pointed out the fact that when somebody drifts towards the edge and then the other one holds them there, doesn't mean that the one holding them there is pushing. It's normally a penalty against the one drifting towards the edge, and then we saw it clear. And people get a little bit mixed up. If they start in the middle or 2 mats in and then somebody forces them out, then that's totally different.
Yeah, it's just beginning to look a little bit untidy as well. The stance that both fighters take up is not really conducive to big, attractive throws, and it all looks a little bit rushed.
They're going to have to attack, because the first one not to attack will be penalised with the 3rd penalty. Very difficult when you've got a match where nobody's attacking and then you let it go into golden score. Means that haven't done the right thing, really, if they're not willing to take chances. They've got to take chances.
The W3 next contest, first round for women under 52 kilograms in white.
Well, they're both attacking, that's for sure. Well, White thought she was going to get that then. She actually thought she was going to get it.
You could see it on her face.
Yeah, you could see it there. And actually, double-sided grip. And the penalty, 3rd penalty went against the Belgian. So Mammadalieva goes through to the next round, and she didn't think she was going to do that. You could see it, couldn't you? The body language gave it away.
She went back to her spot really, really slowly.
Yeah.
Thinking, well, that's that done, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, we can stay here because Karolina Piankowska of Poland goes up against Irem Korkmaz of Turkey. It's Piankowska in the white judogi, Korkmaz in blue.
But the Polish ladies team have had quite a run of success actually the last few events, and they've been getting better and better. Quite a few of them qualified in the qualification zone anyway for the Olympic Games. How important is the kumakata? The gripping strategies, I mean, quite easy to understand now in as that you've got to, there was Ari there.
For Piankowska, yeah.
So I was almost on it there with that that replay, but I was almost. I'm getting better and better. I will be really really on it by the time we've finished the 3 days, I'm sure. There it is again. So a little bit of a scrappy Sumigaeshi there, and takes her opponent there just onto a side for the Wazari. So getting it time and time again. They have to excuse me, so I'm trying to get back to the normal. Let's see what we can do. So we've got 35 replays here.
So where are we? On mat 2.
Mat number 2. Well, that was interesting. We did want a replay. We got 35 replays there. But we can see clearly what score.
It's still early during the day, and we're still working this out.
We've got an interesting little gizmo here where we can select our own replays, but we've got to be pretty sharp onto it. For some reason there, I got 35 replays. But anyway, we did see what we wanted to see. She might just get a Shido for dropping on her back there, Piankowska, because that's third time she's done that.
And she was under some pressure. Oh, got away with it.
Yeah, she did get away with it.
But Turkish coach is befuddled by that. He can't believe that. You like that,
That's
didn't
an English word.
Befuddled.
Befuddled is correct. I'm going to use that. I'm writing that down.
I pulled that one out of the hat. I was just about to say that Leyla Aliyeva of Azerbaijan is down on mat number 4 against Luz Alvarez. That's another improving young Azeri fighter. And there are quite a few of them, 48, 52, 57, and really picking up quite a number now. Piankowska still leads with a little over a minute and a half left to go, soaking up the pressure from Korkmaz now. She comes forward, but I think she's going to pick up another penalty here, Piankowska. That was unfortunate. She was a little bit rushed, too eager, grabbed hold of the hand, and for that she picked up the penalty. That's really unfortunate. She was putting on a good bit of pressure there.
Yeah, and there it is again.
Yeah, that's for me. That's not going nowhere.
Yeah, it's going to be a penalty this time for sure. So luckily she didn't have another 2 there, Piankowska.
And with a minute 19 left on the clock, for me that's slightly, well, it was unnecessary. I'd sooner get a penalty for passivity. You get a few seconds later, but don't throw yourself down and really run that risk.
Well, we've seen 3 contests so far. She just did it again. She's just done it again now. Is she going to get away with it? Because she might just lose it on this. She's going to get... actually gets away with it. Wow. And with 1 minute to go, I was going to say we've got 3 contests now where they've been running away in the last minute and they lost the contest of Wazari up. 3 contests.
Korkmaz has got to continue attacking here. She can't let this passage of play unless she closes down Piankowska completely.
Well, she's certainly closed down that Sumigaeshi.
She's not done anything. Piankowska hasn't done anything, really. They're both bent over double here. I think a penalty apiece. would be the right way to go here.
Well, I think Pinkowska is really,
Yep.
really lucky that she's got away with it so
That's
far.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
all
A penalty
over.
apiece.
Absolutely, I agree
Yeah.
with that 100%.
Yeah.
Pinkowska didn't do enough. Tactically, she was all over the place and threw the contest away.
Right. So we had a chat with Edwin. It's time to have a chat with Carolina now.
I would. You go down, have a little
yeah.
word, tell us
You
what she
can't have
says.
Wazari with no penalties with 1:39 left to go, penalty free, and then you give 3 up.
And also she could have got two
Yeah.
other penalties, two others. So if she's doubting that last penalty, then she needs to have a look at that one there. I'm going to stay on this mat here in the under 48 kilograms here, and we've got Gambatar Narantsetsek here up against Chibana of Brazil. Gambatar in white.
Next longest second round for men under 66 kilo. In white for Mongolia, Campbell Hedren. In blue for Bulgaria.
And here's the situation that we were talking about here. Brazilian gets caught on the edge, and well, you could say that the Gambatar was pushing her out, but actually it was the Brazilian getting caught on the edge that put her in danger of being penalised. And she's done it again here. Chibana caught on the edge and now attacking out of it, but really has to be careful there. 2 times she's drifted just too easily to the edge of the area.
And in blue judogi from Austria, Katarina Tanzer.
Well, on the other side of that coin, of course, Gambatar has to be careful because all she's looking for here is the penalty. That's all she's looking for. So is she going to get it? So first one goes to Chibana there, but Gambatar will have to be careful as well because the intention is to get the penalty for Chibana, and really the intention should be to throw for Ippon. Of course, everybody at home watching, you don't have to stay on the tatami that has the running commentary, either Sheldon and I on the commentary there, but you can switch mat 1, 2, 3 and 4, depending on what contest you want to see. You won't have the live commentary, but if you want the live commentary. Of course, that changes when we get up to the final block, because the final block is just Sheldon and I. So Wazari given there for Gambatar. Chibana just being tipped onto her back here, and now with 1.5 minutes to go here. The Mongolian will look for the transition, but more to waste time, I think. Well, now she's turned it here, Chibana, backing Gambatar up to the edge.
Tatami 4. Next contest, second round for men under 66 kilograms. In white jewelry representing Brazil, Daniel Carmin. In blue representing Jamaica, David Walton.
We're going to go, I think, we're going to leave this match here. Gambata Wazari up here, just ahead from Mongolia. But I just want to go and have a little look here at the match here between Gagnin of Brazil and Waldenberg of Jamaica. This is on mat number 4. So we're going to just transfer over. This is a second round match in the under 66 kilos category.
That one went a bit better.
Yeah,
her and the coach. I got her and the coach together. I said, there's no way that you should be losing a contest, having scored Wazari, and your opponent doesn't do anything, and you give them 3 Shidos in a minute 40 seconds. She says, yeah, I know, I was a little bit tired. And I said, well, we could see that. Yeah. However, tactically, there are a couple of things. You've got 2 penalties for dropping. Well, why drop? Stay up, change grips, move a little bit, you know, look as active as you can. At some stage, you're going to get called for passivity, but better to be called for passivity 15 or 20 seconds later than dropping and we get one immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, just...
tactically.
From tactically, it was all over the place, yes.
Right, Neil has got to
I am. I'm
go
just
off.
going to leave you for a second, then I'm going to come back and...
there's a rather snazzy VIP room that Neil's got to walk past, and he's got to go to a studio.
I'm definitely not going in it, that's for sure. I'm going to leave you with Sheldon for a minute.
Neil Adams will be back. Daniel Cargnin had a bit of a rough time of it last week, actually. So hopefully things will pick up for him today here. Devin Waldenberg picks up a penalty. Looking to go left side. Loses contact with the hands and it ends up looking a little bit amateurish, I'm afraid. He's just too rushed for that. Settle a little bit. He picks up a second penalty. Well, saw that one coming, I'm afraid. Yeah, almost caught with the Ashley Wazza there. Not quite enough for the Ippon. Right-sided Haragoshi from Daniel Cargnin bringing up Wazari. He may have a look at it. No, they've decided it's going to be Ippon, and no score. No score. I have to admit to having not seen it properly, but anyway, that's what they've decided. Minute left to go. 2 penalties picked up by Waldenberg. He's not out of it yet, but he hasn't really threatened Daniel Cargnin. Cargnin goes over on that right side again, trying to make something of the Seotoshi effort, but Waldenberg manages to block that.
In white for Peru, Juan Postivos. In blue for Republic of Korea, An Jae-young.
Third penalty picked up by Devin Valdenberg, and it's the Brazilian Daniel Carlin who goes in to round 3. It'll be a long day for everybody involved, I'm afraid. Quite a number of fighters here. We're going to jump quickly to mat number 2, because down on mat number 2 we've got Denis Vieru of Moldova. He's the number 1 seed in the under 66 kilo category. He's up against Orkan Safaron. Well, there you go.
Under 66 kilograms. In white judo, representing the United States of America, Ala El Idrissi.
Not sure if we caught that.
Blue, representing International
Yeah,
Judo
look at that.
Federation,
Just when
Khaled Ahmad.
Neil was talking about replays, we nailed that one, didn't we? Look. Right arm around the waist, but he mixes it with the wrong man on this occasion. And this is the point where it goes wrong. The Koso Tagaki turned with the left Ojigari and over, and out goes the number 1 seed. There you go. Nathan Burns of Ireland is up against Indrit Kulhaj of Albania. It's Burns in the white judogi, Kulhaj in blue. I'm not quite sure if we're going to stay here because there are a few other contests. Yeah, why not? We'll give this to the benefit of the doubt. Stick around and watch this one. You at home can choose whichever mat it is that you want to go to. If you click on 1, you will get 1, 2, 3 or 4. That's by clicking on those numbers, but if you click on the commentated channel, then you'll stay with Neil and myself. Roland Poigo's seen something that he's not happy with, and I think it's the intensity of the action that he'd like to see increased. Both fighters pick up penalties for passivity. There you go. Get what you ask for then. Ordered some action and it was immediately forthcoming. Massive Koshiguruma from Indrit Kulhaj puts him into round 3. Well, the German crowd is going to have something to cheer about now, because coming up next, one of their favorites, Sebastian Seidel of Germany, goes up against Abderrahman Bouchita of Morocco. Seidel in the white judogi, Bouchita in blue.
From Morocco, Abderrahman Bouchita. Next contest. All to turn 1 and under 66 kilograms, second round. In white from Costa Rica, Julian Sancho Chichila, and the blue from Cuba, Orlando Polanco.
Tatami 3, golden score. Tatami 4. Next contest, second round for the men under 66 kilo. In white judogi, representing Germany. In weiß, aus Deutschland, Manuel Schreiber. In blue, representing Portugal, João Crisóstomo.
Bushita picked up a Shido there. Manuel Scheibel of Germany is down on mat number 4. He's up against João Crisóstomo of Portugal. There was the chance for the turnover there from Bushita, but he missed that. And now the Oshiro Kezugatami. And Bushita picked up a second penalty there as well for hands across the face. Sebastian Seidel it is who comes up with the win there. Well, we can stay on mat number 2. It's coming up next. Mukridin Tilolov of Uzbekistan goes up against Adrian Gombots of Slovenia. It's Tilolov in the white judogi, Gombots in blue. A lot of threatening on that left-hand side there. Chimata this time on the right. Now left-sided Seotoshi. And it's Gombots who picks up a penalty for passivity. Tilolov just looking that little bit busier, isn't he?
Under 66 kilograms, second round. Please welcome in white from Israel, Baruch Shmuelov. And in blue judogi from Portugal, Sergio Olenek.
So half the contest gone. No scorers yet, just a single Shido against Adrian Gombots.
Tatami 4, next contest, the second round, men under 66 kilo. In white for Spain.
And now Tilolov picks up a penalty for that false attack.
Tatami 3, second round, men under 66 kilo. In white for Chinese Taipei, Tsai Yin-Yen. In blue for Tajikistan, Janudin Abduloyev.
Yeah, there's some big numbers here today. 48 kilos has got 35 in. I think that's the smallest of the weight categories. 52 has got 38. We go up then to 57 that's got 41. By the time we get to the under 60 kilo category, it's 44, and then the 66 has got 65. 65 competitors, far and away the biggest number.
Goal score.
Well, 2 penalties picked up by Gombots now. We're into the golden score period. Tilolov just bailing out that attack a little bit early. He picked up a penalty for that. Yeah, Ilias Iliadis was not happy with that. That wasn't a bad attack, was it? Tilolov picked up a penalty. Here he comes again. Oh, ducked underneath there. He got away with that. Needs to turn, get out of that corner.
Tatami 1, next contest on second round of weights under 66 kg. In white from Niger, Ismail Hassan, and the blue from Spain.
This is not looking good here for Tilolov. Oh. Well, I thought it was going to go against him, but Gombots went over on the other side. Right, who have we got coming up next? Well, there's the under 66 kilo category round 2 contest between David Garcia Torne down on map number 4. I think we may wander down there to have a look and see what's happening with Garcia and Iadov just in time.
Next contest on tatami 2. That's under 66 kilograms. Second round.
We just got there in time for that action.
Kazakhstan, Yelnay Zarechyanov. And in blue judogi, representing the International Judo Federation, Ziad Aoud.
Nice finish. Yeah. Right, just in time then. Abe Hihumi of Japan faces Mohamed Abdel Magoud of Egypt. It's Abe in the white judogi, Abdel Magoud in blue.
Japan, 2 times world champion Abe Hifumi.
Top draw contest, this one.
In blue, representing Egypt, Mohamed Abdel Magoud.
Next contest on tatami 1. And under 66 kilograms, second round, in white from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Petar Zafaro, and in blue from Argentina, Tal Almo.
Quite a few people looking forward to seeing Abe. Neil Adams and I were talking about this morning, just how important this was for Abe. Yeah. Well, he'd wrapped him up pretty tightly there, hadn't he, Abe? Abdel Magoud not really getting a chance to get into it, I'm afraid. It's all done and dusted pretty early. All right, well, we can stay here, I think, because we've got Ayoub El Idrisi of Qatar coming up next against Nabo Castillo of Mexico. It'll be El Idrisi in the white judogi, Castillo in blue. Round 2 in the under 66 kilo category.
Next contest on tatami 1. Men under 66 kilograms, second round, in white from Zambia, Stephen Mugandu, and in blue from Botswana, Gavin Mugapo.
Did you manage to get to see Abe there?
I didn't. I
Oh,
just missed it.
Oh, right.
Did we just miss a big ippon?
You did. It was against
right.
Mohamed Abdel Magoud. Really beautifully executed, if slightly slowly worked, Morote Seanagi.
There we go.
Beautiful Morote Seanagi. And Abdel Magoud just trying to slow things up a little bit. And it was like a minor pause just before he went over.
He makes readjustments. You know, when he does it, you know, his hips go in. Sometimes you think, well, they're not quite in the right place. He just has a slight readjustment in, and
exactly what happened.
Over it goes.
Exactly what happened. I was giving Abdel Magoud the benefit of the doubt that he'd caused some of it, but as you say, maybe Abe, in so quickly that the position wasn't absolutely perfect, he then adjusted and catapulted him over.
It's really funny because I just did a voiceover for to introduce some of the highlights of Abe, brother and sister, and I talked about the readjustment of the Seanagi, so there we go, we have it. And exactly that.
As someone I knew very, very well used to say, you fell with your bum in the butter.
That's a nice one. Can I put that one down?
Yeah, use that
What's
one.
the other?
Use
Befuddled.
that one. Yeah, befuddled.
Befuddled. I won't forget that one.
I think that second one, though, to fall with your bum in the butter, is Afrikaans. Yeah, because the person spoke, well, they were from South Africa. quite amusing to fall with one's bum in the butter. I don't know where that comes from. Yeah, Jamie Johnson is wandering past our commentary position. We're not going to invite him in.
Next contest, ultra-tummy 2, men's under 66 kilograms.
We're just going to let him wander past. Yeah.
Well, Castillo here, 2 Shidos down on the board, and he's going to have to do something major here. Second round in the under 66 kilos category, and in danger of going out here. Eldrisi just needs to pile on the pressure.
I'd gone down there before because I've seen El Idrisi on a couple of occasions, and you know, the country code doesn't exactly leap off the screen at you, does it? Qatar. But he's, as I was saying last week with Hilda Drexler, he's a useful player.
Yeah, well, I mean, this will put him in third round here, Grand Slam tournament.
Points make.
Well, the Olympic Games is probably, well, the most difficult tournament, isn't it, to qualify for in the world. And you've got to have high qualification to be able to even get a look in, even to start, get off.
Actually,
go.
I'm just going to throw something else out there for you and see whether you agree. The most difficult competition to qualify is the Masters, because you have to be in the top whatever, but we've got plenty in the Olympic Games who are not, because you've got continental quota and you've got the places that we give to developing countries, rightly so that we've got this full spread. But in the Masters, you know you're only going to get the top ones. Yeah, so that's but that is quite special. But you've got a 4-year qualification period for the Olympic Games, and that's, well, it really comes down to 2 years where they're collecting points. But in all honesty, if you think that you're going to begin your push to qualify for the Olympic Games 2 years out,
Not to be mixed up, the Masters, of course, with the World Masters for veterans, you know, which sometimes it is. You know, amazing how many people I talk to do get mixed up. I mean, we have a World Masters for the elite.
And then we have a veterans, which unfortunately, when it was first started, they used the term masters, meaning older people, but we changed that, and there's still that hangover, isn't there? There's still a few people that mix it up.
But they did change it, didn't they, this year as well, to the top 32.
And that was,
yeah, they have kind of changed it.
I wonder if we could get Pinkowska to come up here. She's finished, isn't she? Because I like to hear from the athletes themselves when they talk about their own experiences.
You go and see if she'll come up and speak to you.
She won't. Third penalty picked up by Castillo. No, it's El Idrisi who
picks it up.
Rather foolishly picks up a third penalty. He was looking good there. We're going to nip along to mat number 3 quickly to have a look and see what's happening with Bagrati Niniashvili of Georgia. He's up against Tal Flicker of Israel. Round 2 in the under 66 kilo category. Niniashvili in the white judogi, Flicker in blue. The Israeli has picked up 2 penalties. The Georgian just the 1, and we've got 2.5 minutes left to go. This one is not going to go the distance.
He can't afford to lose this, Flicker. No. I mean, you know, there are 2 world-class 66 kilo players from Israel fighting for the same place at the Olympic Games. And so Flicker didn't have a good Paris tournament, so he can't afford to go out here. Not a good draw for him, actually. Niniashvili, first match. So 2 Shidos apiece. We don't want to see any matches here decided on just a third Shido.
So Neil's point about just how important that this is for Tal Flicker is illustrated by his present position on the IGF World Ranking List down at 15, and under normal circumstances someone looking to qualify for the Games would feel reasonably happy at being at 15 in the world at the moment. However, his teammate is up at number 7. It's not looking good. Not looking good.
No, he had a better Paris tournament as well. So Flicker's going to go out, and he says, no, I didn't. I didn't duck underneath. But anyway, that's the end of that.
Niniashvili is on his way off. Third penalty picked up by Tal Flicker. He doesn't like it, does he? All right,
so going to have to go off.
Well, what I'm going to do for Neil is I can go back online, and I can look at that, and I'll then show Neil sitting next to me, and if it's worth it, we'll take it down and we'll show Tal Flicker and say, hey, this is what you did.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think it's helpful. Right, who have we got down on mat number 1?
Just having a look now.
Eric Takabatake, the Brazilian boy, Maximilian Hayder. Shall we have a quick look and see?
Yes, let's have a look.
That?
Let's go on to number 1.
There's no scorers yet. We've had the first minute. Always nice to have a look at the home fighters because they tend to fight out of their skins.
Means a difference, doesn't it? And the thing is about having a Grand Prix, Grand Slam, is that you can, if you've got 4 in every weight that you can put out there, but you can put 4 fighters out. That means that more often than not, you'll have your top 2, and your top junior will be in there as well, having a go at some of the best fighters in the world. And it really does help, especially if you have 4 of those in succession, because most of the countries have a contract to do 3 or 4 tournaments throughout an Olympic cycle. So it means that you get a really good chance of blooding some of your young up-and-coming fighters. And it really makes a difference, big difference. And this German squad is a young squad as well. Non-stop attack here from Hayder. And it's Takabatake that gets a penalty there for just dropping. He just felt that he had to do something.
Next contest in men's under 66 kilograms, second round. Please welcome in white from Haiti, Gerard Cadet. In white, blue from Czech Republic, Pavel Petrikov.
I've just heard them introducing Pavel Petrikov's name. He's been around a long time, hasn't he?
He has. Well, like I say, you know, it's the last throw of the dice, isn't it, for some of these fighters. They're really pushing the boat, trying to qualify for the Olympic Games, finish on the Olympic Games. Long time finished, I have to say, and I've been there myself. It is a long time that you've got to reschedule your life and look at yourself and see what you're going to do in the future. Not easy.
What was it, the third Games that you went to?
Third Olympics. Totally different mental application for that third Olympic Games as well. And of course, my son was 4 years of age. So different mentality.
I've never spoken to you about, you know, that experience. What happened there?
And it was. I knew that I didn't go to that Olympic Games with the same preparation I did for the first 2.
Yeah.
And the reason I didn't is because I didn't want to go away from my son for training. I mean, this is me speaking very candidly now because I can do. And I didn't want to spend months in Japan like I did for the other 2. And so I opted to train at training camps and at home, and it just wasn't enough. And you know, looking at it now, it just wasn't enough. And so I look at athletes going for third Olympic cycles, and I know that they're not training the same as they were for the previous 2. And you could look at the great Teddy Riner, and look at his last performances, and he definitely isn't training as he did 10 years ago, when he was hungry and wanted to train for certain events. Not that he should do right the way through, but actually you have to put the work in, the same amount of work in order to have a base. You need that base. It's really important that you have that base. So mental application as well, very different.
I knew that was going to happen. But we've got an assistant here. Our little
marker.
Yeah. Right now we're going to have to find out how to set it up. Looks all right. Right, okay. Don't tell anyone.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether we're going to get this replay. I don't think so. It'll just be the referee giving the sign, I think. Yes, we're a little bit late there for that, just to see what they're looking at. And reset. I mustn't forget to reset.
And then keep your finger on there for every action.
Yes.
Tatami 4, second round, main number 6.
So Shido apiece here, and both of them quite lively. Oh, look at that. Great score there from Taka Pataki, and that was absolutely excellent. So now we can see it. Kochigari there, German, really on the offensive, but beautifully taken Uranagi there from Taka Pataki. Super stuff. So now...
Want to go back now? I thought we'd have
Reset.
another look. Right, okay, who have we got now? Yanislav Gershev of Bulgaria goes up against Jori Verstraeten of Belgium. It's Gershev in the white judogi, Verstraeten in blue. Francisco Garrigos of Spain has just won his contest on mat number 3. There's always a time during the day when one of the cameramen decides that he's going to have a test for the final block.
Yeah.
And they do all sorts of things, and when you're looking at that screen, your head just goes. Anyhow.
Well, Gerchev there, straight into the attack. And this is what we're talking about here with the transition in. Got to be straight in there. Tachiwaza to Newaza.
Tatami 4, next contest, second round, men under 60 kilograms. Welcome in white for Japan, Rio Olympic bronze medalist.
Well, Verstraeten certainly not going to go over. He's going to really take the fight to Gerchev and tries for the Yoko Toshi.
If you want to continue watching Yanislav Gershev of Bulgaria and Jori Verstraeten of Belgium, just click on mat number 1. But we're going to go down to mat number 4 because I know Neil's going to want to see Takato Naohisa of Japan. He's up against the Olympic bronze medalist from 2012, Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. It's Takato in the white judogi, Kitadai in blue. Here's Neil.
Well, Takato! Oh, wow, what an Uchimata that was. I think the thing for me with Takato is that Takato has such a variation of techniques, and when he wants to become European, he becomes European. Does uranagis as well. He does some unusual stuff for a Japanese fighter. What an Uchimata that was. And Kitadai, he was sweeping the rafters. Well, he's certainly come back onto form, Takato. 3-time world champion. Let's have a look again. There's the Uchimata. Total over-rotation there. Gave it just that little bit at the end there. I think that's what flicked him over. 2 Shidos up to Kitadai. Knows he's got to do something. But you can't say that Takato's just going for the penalties here. He's just piling on the pressure. And Kitadai can't even move. Having his sleeve dominated totally. And look at that right arm there against the legs there. And, well, certainly Takato going for the 3rd Shido against Kitadai.
Yeah, the problem for Kitadai here is that he has given up 2 Shidos already. There's half the contest still to come. And you've got Takato, who's only interested in one thing, which is throwing him. So I think there are 3 things going against Kitadai here.
Yeah, some amazing techniques here from Takato. Kitadai wants to get on with this. He looks keen, but the technique's just dropping and not meaning anything at all, really. Gets away with it this last time. Don't think. I think he's going to score on him, Takato here. I think he's going to readjust the elevation of the technique. Next one that comes across will be the one that will score. He's got the Yoko Otoshi over to the other side, Takato. He's also got the Uranagi, but he'll just slow this down just a little bit. He knows that Kitadai is in danger here of going out. All over. Well, Kitadai never really got into it, did he? I mean, he couldn't get into it. So it's all over. Takato goes through, as expected. Kitadai just couldn't get to grips with him, I was going to say, but literally he couldn't.
We're going to jump now to mat number 2 to see what's happening with number 1 seed in the under 60 kilo category, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. He's up against Jabbar Papinashvili of Georgia at the moment. There's a little over a minute and a half left in the contest. Both fighters have scored Uzari. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Papinashvili in blue. Minute and a half left to go.
Looking for the ippon all the time, Lutfilayev, but wow, that was almost a Wazari, that. He thought that Papinashvili just took him over there to the side.
Neil's got his finger
I have got
poised
my
on the
finger
replay,
poised
but
because we missed that there. We needed a replay of that just to see if it was. Hips right the way across there. Papinashvili looking dangerous all the time. And don't forget, this is the number 1 seed he's fighting here, Lutfilayev.
Round 2. Someone's going out. Hopefully for Lutfilayev with that elevated position at number 1 seed. It won't be him, but tell you what, not looking good at the moment. Minute to go. Papinashvili looking dangerous.
Big arm over the back here. Looking for the Uchimata, Lutfilayev. Might be a Shido each. Yeah, they both get it. Which puts both in danger, doesn't it? Well, a lively contest. Probably a Shido too much each. Up there, I don't, you know, this match is quite open, both attacking, both going for it. It'd be a shame to end this match with just Shidos. Seeing Aggie this time. Oof. And almost a counter there from Lutfilayev. And Papinashvili almost counters him. Counters the counter.
Golden score is going to be required to sort this one out. Lutfilayev's Achilles heel has always been his never-ending attacking. It's the thing that can win him the contest, and it's the thing that quite often sees him lose because he gets countered.
Yeah, well, when you're open like that, and but both of these fighters are absolutely open here, and you know, this is a golden score situation where you don't mind it going in golden score if they're both opening up. You know, one of them's going to go in the end.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say one more was Ari on the board. It'll be all over for either one.
Good pressure from Lutfilayev. He's been the one who's attacked in the golden score period. He needs to get another attack in now. Just looks a little bit defensive there, but that's only because he's been pulled around by Papinashvili, who is yet to attack in the golden score period, by the way. We had a good one from Lutfilayev, and there's another Uchimata, and with 40-odd seconds left to go, sorry, you could call it now. I know they want to give it one more cycle, but you could call it now. Yeah, they've let it go because of the attacking that Papinashvili has done before, and then he comes up with a big attack.
Yeah, massive attack, you know. Like I say, they're both opening up here and taking chances, and I think that is partly what the referees want to see, and the commission certainly, that they want to see these fighters taking a few chances. You get a closed match there. That's Sodi Surakumigoshi there from Papinashvili, so strong.
So now we've got two good strong attacks from Papinashvili, and it's Lutfilayev who's got to come back with the answer now. He's got to come up with something. They gave Papinashvili the benefit of the doubt when he hadn't attacked. Lutfilayev has gone behind on attacks too now. Needs to just get the head up a little bit loose with the competition area.
You should let this carry on.
Yeah,
I hope he does. Just let it carry on for a bit. This could end in a score.
Yeah, good one. Yeah. It wasn't a step out. He was pulled into there.
No, he was.
Oh, where are we?
Two now. So he made a massive mistake there, Papinashvili. He really did.
Just let's have a look at them, because there's a bit to watch here as well. It's done. Yeah, we won't see him now.
Yeah, no, you will.
No, I mean, we won't see what's happening.
Yeah, you will. So you have to press that one as well.
But we won't see what's happening now.
Oh, see.
the face of the heart. We can do the replay anytime.
Oh,
No problem.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Because it is such a good thing to see. We'll just slow it down a little bit for you, because we're really getting good at this. and
Experts.
And the next time, we'll slow it down even more. Neil Adams said a really important thing just a few seconds before this happened, and he said, I think we're going to get a score. This is going to end in a score because they're both so attacking. So just talk us through this, Neil.
Well, I mean, you know, Papinashvili was putting in the attacks, going for Ippon, nothing but. And, well, he was waiting for it, wasn't he? He absolutely, Lutfilayev just waited for the right moment and just showed his class there. Brilliant. Was Ari? Definitely upon there.
Poor old Papinashvili thought so. Right, we're back live with the action then. Fraj Deweybi of Tunisia is up against Aroush Valizada. Almost. We're going to get that as well. Look, we're getting good at this.
Well, difference with this one, of course, and we're going to see it here, the total difference is that the elbow is out when he lands. And this is really such a good thing, an easy thing for the referees to pick up on, because when the elbow's out, of course it means that the side cannot make contact with the mat, and so no score given.
Ashley McKenzie down on mat number 4. He's up against Mohamed Akash, one of the refugee team. We'll stick here with Deweybi and Valizada, because that's not the toughest of matches for, or it shouldn't be, for McKenzie. Adonis Diaz, however, coming up against Timur Nozadze in the next contest. That should be quite something. Then Kim Won-jin, Husseinov, on mat number 3.
Yeah, we've got some good
A few
matches
ones,
coming
yeah.
up.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to see the head shaking and the belt tying bit, and as they bow to go off, then you stick in the replay. But that's asking a lot.
Beautiful Ouchi-gari there from Dwabi.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah.
We are going to nail this before the end
Yeah,
of
we will.
the 3
We'll
days,
nail
as
it.
Neil said. I'm rather hoping that we're going to nail it today, to be honest. Mark Pickering, the IGF Media Director, and I wandered into... We were going to look for something to eat yesterday, and we wandered into a bar called the Schumacher's Alt on Immermannstraße.
Good.
And it was full-on carnival party, Düsseldorf Thursday
carnival everywhere.
party. And
My
we were, you know, suited, and everyone was in fancy dress, and it was like walking into one of those horror movies where everything stops, a Western, you know, and the bad guy walks in, and everyone goes quiet in the bar, just looks at you. You walk up to the bar and you say, "Give me a whiskey," and then everyone starts talking again. Well, it wasn't quite like that because no one stopped talking.
You didn't order whiskey.
But they did look at us, and we didn't order a whiskey. Penalty picked up by Duibi. He's a useful player, Duibi.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, nice movement, wasn't it? Like the way
Well,
he stepped
always
into that.
danger, isn't it? Left to left, Osoto to Osoto. Somebody's going to go with it. So sometimes the counter's there. They're both on the sleeve. This is right to left. Ouchi-gari, and didn't quite get the landing there. The elbow was just out for a second Wazari there. So Dweeby having success with that Ouchi.
Kim Won-jin has won his contest on mat number 3 against Karamat Husseinov of Azerbaijan. And Nozadze has just scored Ippon on Adonis Diaz on mat 4.
Lizardo was looking for the score there, but it was definitely Dwabi's score, and it was his movement. There's the Wazari Rossetti upon. Same Ouchi-gari. Well, very similar one. It was obviously not the same, but it's very similar. Scores second Wazari Rossetti upon. So
we're gonna rush down very quickly to mat number 4 to have a look at Sarah Leone Sisik of France. She's up against Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria. It is Sisik in the white judogi, Ilieva and in blue. Both fighters are just about to make their way to the tatami. Let's have a look and see where it is. She is the number 3 seed, Sarah Leone Sisik of France. We're just waiting for the 2 fighters to appear.
the guy put Sisik down, didn't he?
He did, yeah, he
my
did.
favourite,
Yeah,
under 57 kilos.
The number 60 kilogram second round in white from Netherlands, Tomniket Sakanoya. In blue from Laos, Sulfatai Sisisai.
Just heard our German stadium announcer introduce one of the fighters. He's got a Georgian surname. It's a little bit tricky, but he's sitting next to another commentator who is Georgian, so hopefully you'll help him out there. Right, Sisik and Ilieva.
Well, I've been impressed with Sisik. I think she's getting better and better each tournament. And I know that the French have high hopes for Sisik. They really have. She had an amazing team championships at the World Championships. And she throws for Ippon, does Sisik.
Yeah, Yoshida will tell you all about it.
Yeah. But when she goes, she goes. She just gets scored on. But that's because she's open. But watch her. She's going to go, yeah, she's going to be a penalty straight away there for Ilieva. Arms out stiff there. She says, you're not going to throw me for Ippon.
I don't mind picking up Bushido. You're not, but you're not throwing me.
Yeah.
I'm not going.
Big arm over the top now, and Sazik's looking for the Osoto. Kosoto first. She'll use the Kosoto to Osoto combination. Now straight in for the Kesagatami here. Bulgarian, all sorts of problems here. So left to left, and she doesn't know what to do with her, does she, Ilieva? Just a matter of time. I think Sazik just needs to calm down a little bit and just gather herself before she gets the direction for the throw. She's looking for the Osoto. She can change the direction as well. Second penalty up there, Ilieva. Now going on to the arm. Well, that transition through there just had an opportunity for the arm lock. Didn't go into the crook of the arm though. Need to catch it. She's doing well here, Ilieva, to contain Sazik.
Yeah, I think tempo doesn't suit Ilieva. Sasika just rushed her a little bit, and she'd like to settle, but there's no chance, because every time she looks to take a grip, Sasika either comes up with a little foot tap, some kind of movement, or some change of grip herself, and Ilieva hasn't had a chance to settle and really launch a big attack.
And I don't think she will either. I think that Sazik in the end will find her direction for the throw.
And Sissi can quite happily get involved in this kind of battle for grips, because she's penalty free, whereas Ilieva is running the risk here, if she gets involved in that type of gripping, of being called for avoiding to take a grip. I mean, they'll both get called, but
it's all over.
Anyway,
it's all over now. Ilieva drops, and so Sazik goes through. 3 shooters.
Yeah, you're right. She couldn't find a way to deal with the whole setup that Sazik offered up. Right, Zemanova. Vera Zemanova of the Czech Republic is a young and improving under 57 kilo category fighter. Let's have a look at her against Anna Borowska of Poland.
Before. Second round, women under 57 kilo. In white, representing Czech Republic, Vera Zemanova.
We've already seen one of the Polish fighters go out.
Black coffee, please. Black coffee, 1 sugar, please. Thank you.
There you go. That's Neil's choice then for the morning. Our coffee team are walking past, so time for a bit of refreshment. Karakash and Roper are involved in their round 2 contest down on mat number 1. Karakash has just scored with half a minute left to go. Lenin Preciado. Oh, that's a good score. Yeah. I thought Borowska had scored there. I guess not.
Tatami 2.
Right, if you want to continue watching Zemanova and Borowska, just click on 4. But we're going to go quickly down to mat number 2, the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category. Jessica Klimke is about to take to mat number 2, her opening contest. It is Klimke in the white judogi, Nora Bannenberg in blue. Our first look at Bannenberg.
Well, Klimke, we know, has the Cianagi. She comes in from every angle, doesn't she, for the Cianagi? The last couple of tournaments, I have to say, that people are starting just to get a little bit more wary of it, more difficult for her to... She'll keep at it all the time.
Yeah, what she does well.
Well, I'd like to see her with more combinations to lead into that Cianagi. She does it beautifully. It's beautiful hip on there from Klimke. Absolutely right on the button there. She's right underneath. And Bannenberg straight over, flat on her back.
Yeah, a little bit out of her depth there for having to face the number 1 seed first thing in the morning in her first ever appearance at the Düsseldorf Grand Slam. What a welcome she got there. Well, you have to start somewhere, don't you?
Well, like I say, you know, yeah, you do. You have to. And I don't know whether she was aware of who she had there, but anyway, she is now.
I probably think so. let's go next door to mat number 3 and see what's happening with Theresa Stoll. That's another German in the under 57 kilo category who's likely to offer up stiffer competition, with the greatest of respect to Bannenberg. Stoll is a genuine player. Stoll leads here by Wazari with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. It's Stoll in the white judogi, Rogic in blue. She's picked up a single Shido. The Serb player, that is, has picked up a single Shido. Looking a bit defensive there as well, using that left
It's all over.
elbow just to push into the ribs, but gets caught.
Yeah, second one there. Wazari was Etiepon, and it was Ashigaruma, I think, that just takes her onto her side. 2 Wazaris finishing the job. Well, we're going through them, aren't we?
Borowska has scored Wazari down on mat number 4, by the way, against Zemanova. There's a little over a minute left in that one. Maria Skora of Ukraine is going up against Alexandra Larissa Florian of Azerbaijan now, and then it'll be Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia to go up against Caitlin Nascimento. Helene Rosovo and Anastasia Konkina of Russia will be on mat 2 shortly. And then down on mat number 1 it will be, we did mention Dortsurin Sumia of Mongolia. She's going to go up against Lilani Akiyama of the United States of America. Okay, that's an update on what's on and what's coming up.
Florian opting to catch the sleeve and dominating the sleeve there, and Skora just has to. She knew she had to attack, and of course gets the Shido for the drop. Well, both attacking. One caught on the edge here, Florian. We were talking earlier about edge. They've got to make sure that they don't drift towards the edge. There's a bit of a difference when they've drifted to the edge and then the other one pins them on the edge. Almost looks like the one pinning them is pushing. That's going to be a Wazari, that. That's a Wazari there for Florian.
Tatami 2, women's under 57 kilograms, second round. Please welcome in white.
Just had the sleeve. You could see that she had the sleeve pulled well across. The right hand there of Florian. Good control.
Tatami 4.
Skora knows that she has to attack. She knows that.
In white from Israel,
Florian will win by default if she doesn't. Well, some unusual grips from these two. They're both on the sleeves. They've got to go in, really. Any unorthodox gripping has to warrant an immediate attack.
Tatami 1, women under 57 kilograms, second round. Please welcome in white from Mongolia, Düsseldorf. In blue from the United States of America.
Well, we're going to actually move here because I just wanted to quick look at the Rossevaux and Concina match, which is on mat number 2. If you want to continue with mat number 3 here, just stay on 3 on your television sets, and if you want to follow me across, then you can. So, quick win there for Concina of Russia. Gets the ip on there against Rossevaux. Rossevaux going out. The former world champion goes out. So let's go back then. Shall we, or shall we stay? I'm just having a quick look here. Oh, a good chance for us to look in a minute at Bouchard, who's coming up on mat number 2. At the moment, though, let's stay with this. We've got Rosa of Dominican Republic here up against Cantini of Italy.
Tatami 4, women under 57 kilograms, second round. Please welcome.
In fact, we will go up to mat number 1. Let's go to mat number 1, Dosuren Samiya up against Akiyama of the USA. And we've just missed it. Dosuren scoring against Akiyama, so that was a quick one there. Have to be a little bit sharper, I think, with our matches. Going to go back, I think, to mat number 2. Mat number 2 here, and we're back to the Rosa. Ana Rosa of Dominican Republic here in white against Cantini of Italy in blue. Rosa immediately in there for the Cianagi.
Next contest, all Tatami 1.
World number 1. Amandine Bouchard of France is just about to come on in this mat.
Republic of Korea, Kim Jong-un. In blue from Netherlands.
Oh! Now then. Well, I was jumping out my seat there. I was just looking at another mat there. A big Diashibarai just happened, and suddenly realized it wasn't my mat. Big arm round the back here from Cantini. So no score. They've got to grip up, these two. Rosa and Cantini, Shido apiece, I think. No, one goes up there to Cantini. So dominating the sleeve. A little bit of a pistol grip going on, I think, and the pistol grip awarded to Shido. Now starting to open up there, Rosa. Right-handed grip, switching to the left. Now, certainly, Cantini needs to come back into this. Second Shido up there for her. This time, no rotation at all with the drop Cianagi. Well, Sodi, wasn't it, off the sleeves. And that's going to be it. So Cantini is going to get a third Shido for that drop there, and it's going to be all over. So no rotation. No breaking of balance, and all over for Cantini. Rosa of Dominican Republic goes through. And so we look forward now to the next matchup, which is going to be Amandine Bouchard, the #1 seed in the under 52 kilos category. #1 seed, but of course Abe Uta, the world champion, has got to be favourite, I would say, even though Bouchard was the last one to beat her. In fact, she broke the winning run of the great Japanese fighter. And they're scheduled to meet in the final here, so everybody looking forward to that if it happens. Never like to say when it happens, because it might not. Never know. Bouchard with a new look. She is in white. A lot of success with that Yoko Otoshi. Well, Sheldon was saying earlier that the Germans, of course, here in Germany, tend to fight out of their skin when they're fighting on home ground. And that's normally happens. I mean, they rise to the occasion. It's their opportunity to shine with some of the best. Riviere here has the chance here against the world #1. Sumigage, no movement. Is she going to get the Shido for it? Little bit of a clash of heads, I think. I think the change of direction by Bouchard in a minute is going to be the main factor here.
It's now the second round, under 52 kilo. There is one coming out from Israel, Stephen Lebo. In blue from Portugal, Joana Ramos.
Fighting out of her skin, as Sheldon would say, and Rivera doing a great job here against the world #1. Just not found her rhythm yet. She'll go into the Osai Komi now. So good Newaza there from Bouchard, and just needed to calm down a little bit, I think, and just find her stride. So directly in, and just needs to hold her for the 20 seconds there, and goes through to round 3. So the dream match of Abbé and Bouchard is still a go at the moment. Let's go down now to mat number 3, and I'm going to go there a little bit early. Mat number 3 here. We have Alami of Jordan here against Udalen of Cuba. That's the match happening, but of course Abbé Uta, and she's on the other side to Bouchard, and she is next up against Belus of Germany. Dropped Sianagi there from Alaumi. 2 Shidos apiece, 1 score apiece on the board. So they're both going for it. And now then, she gets it. Odalin of Cuba there just manages to really direct that attack from Alaumi, and just puts her flat on her back for the ippon. Hooks onto the leg there for the Kouchi. Takes her down. So now, next up, the one that everybody wants to see, of course, Abbé Uta, one of the best technicians, female technicians, certainly on the world circuit. And this is Belus, of course, of Germany. She has her work cut out here against the world champion.
There's a tempo that Abbé brings to every contest, and it's overwhelming. And for someone like Masha Ballhaus, irrespective of the boost that she's going to get from fighting at home, she'd have to fight out of 2 skins.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Abbé. It's about pace, and it's just non-stop, isn't it? You know, and every attack is looking for the prime objective, which is, you know, to score ippon. That's it.
Too many weapons, I think it's called, isn't it?
Yeah. She really has an arsenal, and she's just throwing the book at Belus. And I think Belus will do well. She'll fight her hard, and she'll be just glad to be able to fight somebody like this in front of her home crowd, but I think in the end it'll be too much for her. Look at the readjustment from Abbé as she'll start to go in. So there's just a small infringement with the gripping there. Belus, just a little bit of panic, I think.
Yeah, trying to close that down and held on for it for a little bit too long.
Yeah, it's all over. Just needed that one opportunity there. We're going to have a look back in slow motion. We have caught it. So she does the Sianagi to start with. We'll slow it down just a little bit there. We'll slow it down. Just have a look how she comes in. Makes the readjustment, and then the Uchimata, leg on the outside, but it didn't matter because she gets the rotation. And the Kumakata, the gripping for it, absolutely superb.
Neil likes to see the action immediately. I like to dwell on the fighters a little bit longer. Right, Fabienne Kosher of Switzerland is up against Andrea Kitsu of Romania. It's Kosher and the white judogi, Kitsu in blue. I'm going to leave you with Neil for a moment. I'm going to nip down to see the IGF media director.
Well, Kitsu is one of the ones that we were talking about earlier, Sheldon and I, and just Andrea Kitsu, very experienced, and obviously she's just pushing so hard for the Olympic place, and so experienced. Every tournament that she does is an absolute grind. You know, she's having to work so hard for every score, for every win. Kosher, Switzerland there, just trying for the Sangaku.
Matte 1, zweite Runde Frauen bis 52 Kilogramm. Wir begrüßen im weißen Gewandszug aus der Schweiz, Evelyn Shaw. In Belarusian,
Good Ashiwaza from Kitsu.
Verena Tom.
So tough. She really is a tough nut, Kitsu. She just fights so hard all the way through. Doesn't take any nonsense from anybody. Well, any time that German fighter just twitches, the crowd really appreciating.
Under 52 kilograms, second round.
Just right behind their fighters.
White from the United States of America, Angelica Delgado. And in blue,
One Shido apiece.
Irene Korkmaz.
Difficult, isn't it? You know, I've talked to some people saying too many Shidos, and I remember back in, well, in the 80s, where penalties were more than the actual scores. That meant that a Kai Koku was worth more than an actual score of a Wazari, which, of course, we realised wasn't correct, you know, but the penalties were pretty rife then, I remember, as well. And I suppose that one of the questions you could ask is, are penalties, are they necessary, you know? But if we didn't have penalties, then it really would be a free-for-all. Players would just be doing whatever they wanted out there, and it would be absolute chaos. So we need penalties, but it's how to distribute them, or when. So left against right here, and Kitsu now looking for the counter, and she just waited there a little bit too long. Kosher just stayed in there that little bit too long as well. Well, it's carnival time in Düsseldorf at the moment. Parties and celebrations going on everywhere. What a time to come to Düsseldorf. Great atmosphere, though. Arm round again, looking for the Uranagi. Kitsu has 2 Shidos on the board here. Well, the referee should let this carry on as long as there's any chance of a score coming at the end of it, then he should let it carry on.
Tatami 4. Second round, women under 52 kilograms.
She's going to lose it out here, Kitsu. She's just behind the pace here. Kosher stepping it up. The referee shouting mate there. It went outside the area. If it had already been hooked in, he would have allowed that to carry on just that little bit. But she certainly has to do something now, Kitsu, because she is in danger of getting that 3rd Shido. Good combination there from Kitsu. Well, so she certainly knew that she had to do something there. That's it. That's a score. And Kosha scores a Wazari there with that Ouchigari. 4 seconds left on the clock, and it's going to be too much for Kitsu. Kitsu always one step behind there. Never was quite going to happen. So it's Kosha of Switzerland will go through to round 3 in this under 52 kilos second round match. Chelsea Giles of Great Britain next up against Cesar of Guinea-Bissau. Well, I've got to say that Chelsea Giles has been improving, and every tournament she steps out there, she means business, and she's stood there and she's battled it out with the best in the world. None of them can put her away, and she's taken the fight to everyone in the top 10 in the world. Chelsea Giles in white. Very experienced Cesar.
Jetzt zweite Runde Frauen bis 48 Kilogramm auf der Matte 1 im weißen Juranzug. Aus Deutschland, Helena Grau. In blue, from Italy, Francesca Giorda.
Left against right. Chelsea Giles, the right-hander, and of course Cesar, extreme left. And you can see the W effect there with the legs. She'll have to get on the pace here, Chelsea Giles. She's just that little bit off. She needs an attack. Shido just about to come. Always, situation like this against opposite, the sleeve plays a massive part. Remember, you're both in the same position there. You've got the leg that's furthest away from you. There's the first Shido to Giles. Just needs to up the pace. Hasn't really been able to find her rhythm here, Chelsea Giles, Great Britain. She has the hand pulled in now. That's what I was talking about earlier, dominating that sleeve, pulling it in, both looking for the same sleeve grip, both looking to pull that sleeve in. So Cesar gets a Shido as well.
In blue, representing Morocco, Sumia Irawi.
Tatami 2. Category women under 48 kilograms, second round. In white Adobe, the 2017 world champion from Japan, Tonaki Funa. In blue, from Mongolia, Gambata Narantsensek.
Well, battle royal going on here, but I'm going to go up to mat number 2 to have a look at the Tanaki Funa, the world number 1, who's just about to step out here against Gambatar Narantsetseg of Mongolia in the under 48 kilos category. If you want to continue to look at the Giles Cesar fight, mat number 3, but it will be without my commentary. So a penalty there on the edge for Gambata. Of course, the Japanese in the under 48 kilos category looking for somebody to be able to compete against Biladid and to beat her at the Olympics. That's what they're looking for. Easier said. Even off form and not quite on her game, was she, in Paris? Still won it, which is the mark of a great champion. So all the time hitting that front leg there, Tanaki, and Gambata just half a step behind. One penalty on there already, and she's going to get another one in a second just for not attacking, just for blocking out. There's the Sianagi again. About 5 or 6 attacks up on Gambata. Well, there's a prime example. Somebody getting caught on the edge. It's got to be Gambata. Gambata gets caught on the edge. Tanaki stops her from coming out of there. And so she pays the penalty there, literally, Gambata. Looks almost as if Tanaki was pushing her out, but she wasn't. She was just blocking her and stopping her coming back in. So 2 ways of looking at it. I think that you've got to realise the difference. I think if they started a little bit inside, if they started just that little bit inside the area and then Tanaki was pushing out, then totally different. Got to be a score. What a nippon that was. Sure if we just missed it. We can only try, can't we? So we reset. Tanaki walks off then, the Vanker, and she will go through to the next round. Quite easy job for her, and just looking now to see where we can go for the next matches. I think we'll stay on here on mat number 2 here. We've got Oh Jeonju of Korea up against Gaban Lee of Azerbaijan. Well, Korea have been putting their best teams out last 2 events, and well, I didn't think that was a score personally. I thought that the elbow was out. I think that might we might have a little review on that, was Ari. So if the elbow's out and you don't get the landing, so O might get away with that. Gaban Lee there. Yeah. So no score given for that. Uranagi. It was just away from the referee. Didn't quite see, didn't get the right angle for it. That's going to be a score, I think. So Gabanli there counters. And I think that might be a score.
For women under 52 kilo. In white judogi, representing
So Gabanli gets the score, gets the Wazari, and now
in blue judogi, representing Mauritius Islands.
nice seeing Aggie that, very deep.
We have all the score on tatami 4.
And yeah, there was the Uranagi. There's still plenty of time in this match. A lot of mates called. Makes the contest just go that bit longer. And that's a good Uchimata there from O. Just evens it up. Looking for the big technique again. There's the Sianagi this time. Really starting to get into a stride a little bit now. Oh, Jeanju. It's Gabanli that's got to start to go to work. Oh, and that was a counter. Did she get the landing? Well, I'm not so sure she got the landing. Let's have a little look, see if we can. No, I thought the elbow was out. We'll have another little look. So have a look at the elbow as it comes out here. And the elbow out there means that no landing in the end. So no landing, no score. Still one Wazari apiece.
In blue from Belgium, Anne-Sophie Juva.
Well, some nice judo from both of these here. Gabanli going for it. Oh, Jeanju going for it. Trying to score upon as well. Really nice judo in this under 48 kilos match. Great as she was, huh? Well, to get to Shido there, Gabanli just for walking out, and well, they decide not to give it.
Tatami 4. Next contest, second round for women under 48 kilo. In white, representing Hong Kong.
Beautiful Uchimata there. What a beautiful Uchimata that was. Wow. So Oh Jeanju there just sets it up. Look how she sets it up with the feet here. And she has been getting better and better as she went through the contest. Uchimata, slight readjustment there, and over the top she went. What a beauty.
Tatami 2, next contest for winners under 48 kilograms, second round. Please welcome white from Russia, Sabina Gilyazova. In blue from France, Melody Mugarni.
So this next match is Glyazova of Russia against Vagani of France. Vagani in blue and Glyazova of Russia in white. Wow, some beautiful judo in that previous match, I've got to say. That was absolutely superb. Nice to see that such open judo. Shido a piece here for these two.
The number 3, next contest, second round, women under 48 kilograms. In white judogi, representing Spain, Julia Figueroa. In blue.
This morning, Neil and I were talking about the head-to-head that's happening between different countries, and we're going to go quickly to mat number 3 to have a look and see what's happening with Julia Figueroa. She's of Spain. She's up against Natalia Brigida, now of Brazil. Now, we're not talking about the contests between the two, that is to say Figueroa and Laura Martinez. It's the result that they get in this particular competition. This is a very, very important competition for both Figueroa and Figueroa and Laura Martinez. I think the situation is slightly different for Brigida in the under 48 kilo category. The Brazilians have got just the one, I think. I don't think there is a big head-to-head between the pair. Two penalties picked up by Figueroa. Really not looking good for the Spanish fighter. Has to come up with something pretty special here. Can't afford a single error. Yes, so that head-to-head there is between Natalia Brigida and Gabriela Chabana. It's Chabana who heads Brigida at the moment.
Third round for men under 66 Kilogramm. Auf Matte 1 nun die dritte Runde, Männer bis 66 Kilogramm.
Brigida picks up a penalty for passivity.
And a blue from Egypt, Ahmed Abdelrahman.
This for a place in round 3. Three rounds, a quarter-final, semi-final, and then the final. Strong effort on the right side, blocked by Figueroa. We've got a minute to go. Figueroa still happy to work on the ground, and unlike days of old when penalties could decide the contest, Figueroa able to work on the ground. For me, this has been the most important change. She would never have run the risk of spending that time in Neerwaza if she'd looked at the clock and realised I could lose 2 shidos to 1. That was taken out of it. You had to have a positive score or 3 shidos. She was able to work on the ground, secured the Osei Komi, and came up with the win. For me, that's the biggest, the most important change in the way that we looked at people winning out on penalties. And Figueroa has won that contest against the odds because she had 2 penalties at one stage. Natalia Brigida was penalty free. She could still take the risk of going into Neerwaza and carrying out the throw, which she did, and that allowed her that time. I really like that.
I said that a little bit earlier, actually, about penalties, and posed the question, are penalties necessary, and what we would have if we didn't have the penalties? Because I remember when the score was over, well, the penalty beat the score. So Kaikoku beat the,
exactly. Koka.
Yeah.
I had a positive score or a Yuko.
It didn't matter. It overruled it.
Kaikoku.
So we didn't want that. But also, if we didn't have penalties, then we would have mayhem out there. So we need the penalties, but it's when they're given and for what reasons. Obviously that's the main thing.
I think another point to give serious consideration to is we like to think of judo as being really special, and we bring a very special kind of behavior and ethics and everything. But the minute you get involved in competition, a lot of that goes by the wayside, because the most important thing then becomes
to win.
Exactly. And we're no longer concerned about how, just whether we do or not. That's what becomes important, whether we win or not. Now, no one's talking about cheating when you're on the tatami. That really is beyond the pale.
No, I mean, we talk about bending the rules. And,
as far as you can take them.
Yeah, as far as you can take them. And, that's what we have big discussions with the coaches. Well, we need to have a certain amount of edge play and tactical play on the edge. But if you do tactical play on the edge, you've got to be prepared for it to go one way or the other, I'm afraid, so you can't have it always. There is a match up there at mat number 1 there, Shamilov of Russia there, up against Albaram.
We're going to go down there to
Egypt.
have a look at that. That is a top draw match, and Jakub Shamilov leads by Wazari with just a little over a half a minute left to go. It's Shamilov in the white judogi. Ahmed Abel Rahman of Egypt has picked up a single shido. He's got half a minute to pull something back.
On to turn 2. Now, the third round for men in the 66 kilograms.
And just before Neil came back, I was talking about, when we talk about head-to-head, it means what is the record between one fighter and another. When we talk about head-to-head with fighters from the same country, we don't necessarily mean the head-to-head between the pair of them. We mean measuring up the way, the results that they've had against other opposition. So in particular with Laura Martinez, and who was it that we saw, Julia Figueroa just a moment ago. They may not go head-to-head today, but what will be important is
who they've beaten.
It's who they've beaten and what results they're able to get. So that head-to-head is what are Martinez's results in comparison to Figueroa's, and I think today that was such a big win against Natalia Brigida. If she'd lost in that round to the Brazilian, party over, because Martinez would have been really fired up if she isn't already, and I genuinely believe that she is.
Well, Shamilov just won that one there on the third shido up, I think, to his opponent, and Abelaram of Egypt will go out, and it's all starting to heat up a little bit now. We've got Safarov Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan against Kulaj of Albania on mat number 2. Seidel against Tilavov is the next up on that one. And so, yes, some top draw matches just about to happen. Minku of Belarus is our next matchup here on mat number 1, and he's up against Polanco of Cuba. Minku is in white. Oh, wow. Kosodagak. What a beauty that was. Just have a look how they skip to the side here. And it's Minku that just changes the direction. It's beautifully taken. Look how he comes on for the outside of the leg. Stops. Changes direction. All of a sudden, it was an Ashiwaza there from Polanco, and wow, paid the price there. Beautiful change of direction. Loved it. I've never seen you move so fast, Sheldon.
Yeah, let me help you out there.
Amazing. That was. Well, they were doing the same thing there, exactly the same. Polanco just suddenly realised and decided to stop it. Wow, looks really dangerous with that Yoko Otoshi there, Minku. Well, it's Kosoto, Yoko Otosh. Kind of a mixture of the two.
Well, he caught him once, but he's not going to catch him again, is he? And he caught him because there was movement involved.
Yeah, he did. Well, I think he would have to go to the opposite side first to give himself the opening again. But certainly Polanco thinking, I'm not going to go with that again. Halfway through the contest. Minku will try and change to the other side. He's got a left Uchimata. No, it's there. Wow.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, because I said you need some movement to do it, but he didn't, did he?
Well, let's have a... Is he going to play? I'm not sure. No.
He doesn't want to play, does he?
He doesn't want to play, so he just lost him there. Oh, well, never mind. So,
nice effort, though.
Beautiful Kosoto. Wow, he just caught him flat, didn't he? Flat on his back, literally. We're just going to go down to number 2. Let's go and have a look at number 2 here. The Safarov-Kalaj match is going on here, and there are 2 Shidos apiece on the board. 1 score up to Safarov. Are they going to let this carry on? Yes, they are. So, quite a lively little match. Just thought we'd come over and have a little look at it. Safarov here, big thrower.
Yeah. Who did he put out this morning, then? We'll just have a look at that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he dumped someone out quite surprisingly. The number 1 seed, Denis Fierro.
Oh, is
First
that right?
round.
Wow.
Well, it was second round. They both had a bye, and Safarov put him out. First round. And we had high hopes for him, didn't he, Denis Fierro?
Yeah, I had Veru to get up there, didn't we? Time gone there, and he doesn't look very pleased about that. Kalhaj, Safarov into the quarter-final stages, I think.
I think we've got a
Or is
bigger
there
pool,
one more?
haven't we? So there's 4 rounds.
Yes, so he'll have one more
Round
match
4.
and then it'll be quarter-finals. So it's an extra match, actually, for 66 kilos
And 73 tomorrow.
73s tomorrow. Yeah, it's an extra match.
Tatami 2. Next contest. Against
Right, quick look up and down the mats to see what's on offer. But Sebastian Seidel is he's such a favourite here. We're going to stay and have a look at Sebastian Seidel in the white judogi, Tilolov in blue.
Yeah, look at that, straight in there. Got some unusual judo, Seidel. Yeah, it's a great young squad, isn't it, this German squad, and I think they're doing a great job bringing them through, whether it'll be in time for the Olympics, but looking for that turnover. Look at this, latching onto that arm there, and he can feel the danger. Tilolov straight away, and Seidel will take him down and then kick the leg out for the Osai Komi. And he can go left and right, either side for it. The main thing is how he gets rid of that leg. And you can see there that Tilovov, look, he's got the arm as well. He's got the arm as well. Seidel's got the Osai Komi. And he's going to go again on it. He'll go again. He's not finished yet, tell you now. And he'll try and latch onto the leg this time here, Tilovov. Great bit of Newaza, eh? What a great bit of Newaza.
We love this, don't we?
Yeah, well, I love it, because the thing is, the great Newaza people, good Newaza people, know exactly what they're going for. They dig in for it, they get the catch, they catch what they want, whether it's the arm or the neck or whether it's for the Osai Komi, and they just dig in. They don't stop.
Do you know what I like most when watching Newaza? I like to see how each one... You're trying to avoid the Osai Waza. You're trying to avoid the Kansetsu Waza. All sorts of things. And every time you focus on one area, you almost open up the other area.
Plan A, B, C,
yeah.
D, and E. And that's the main point, actually, is having somewhere to go. So great Newaza we've seen from Seidel, and Tilovov needed a bit of energy to get out of that situation.
Tatami 4. Second round.
Still going for the big throw, though. Seidel
Representing United States of America. Jenna Shore.
doesn't really know what to do with him, Tilovov.
Representing Vietnam. Huang Thi Tin.
Has the grip that he wants now. Doesn't like that grip from Tilovov, that's for sure. Seidel, I mean, he's physical himself, but Tilovov is just pulling his head down.
All the score of Tatami 3.
What a good attack that was as well. Starting to come back into it this time. 34 seconds left on the clock. One Shido on the board, but that doesn't mean anything at this stage. what a hard match this is. First 4 minutes, looks like it's going to go without score on the board. 2 Shidos now, 1 apiece. So now 2 apiece going into golden score.
Auf Platte 2 geht in die Verlängerung. Golden Score. Titanium 1. Next contest, third round to men under 66 kilogram. In white from Argentina, Tyler Almond. And in blue from Zambia, Stephen Mugabu.
So depending on the attacks, the amount of attacks, ad infinitum as far as the contest, as long as they're attacking within the allotted time. He knew he had to rescue it there. Tilavov now he's the one that's closest. That's Cianaghi's going right the way between the legs, and it's up to Sebastian Seidel to pull this one back.
Next contest is third round for men under 66 kilo. In white for Brazil.
Well, it's not enough for Seidel just to rag him around. He's got to make sure that he attacks.
The thing that I was trying to say this morning about when you're fighting at home, you'll know this, is that when it comes down to this really fine line, you have to look at the advantage of, one, being at home crowd, and when you have to dig deep, the chances are the home person's going to be able to dig that little bit deeper.
I think that most times a home advantage is an advantage. I know that on a couple of occasions I've asked a couple of people that don't react too well at home advantage because it puts a lot of pressure on, you know, in different ways. And so I'd never kind of looked at it that way before, but yeah, it's some people. But I think mostly we see great performances, don't we, by certain fighters on home ground with home advantage. Now then, Seidel. That was a strong attack there, it really was. Tilavov, a little bit of panic going on there.
This to go into round 4, and the winner of this is going to go up against Orkan Safarov, who must be in the warm-up area watching on the big screens, just rubbing his hands. The longer they go up against each other, the better he's going to feel, as it takes more and more out of each fighter. The Uzbek coach just being asked to coach only during the mate. Once the referee calls Hajime, the coaches are not supposed to continue coaching.
He's not far off now, Seidel, getting that third penalty. He knows it as well. He knows he's got to do something. Might be all over.
I'm sure Neil has got plenty of stories with regard to referees and their interplay with the coaches. No, they're going to let them go again.
Well, I think I was just about to say, normally, if it's open and they're both going for it, give them an extra
cycle, one more cycle,
Yeah, you don't want to punish. There you go, you've got a score now.
Absolutely.
And it's all over because of that, you know, so it's better to end on that. And it looked open. It looked as if something like that was going to happen. Tilavov then goes through.
And they could have given Tilalov a penalty there. And they said, no, let's have one more cycle. Zabi got caught on the edge, just down on the side, enough for what was the old-fashioned Yuko. That's Wazari now. And, you can't argue with it, to be honest. Sebastian Seidel, a shame to go out in round 3. It's Tilalov who will face Orkan Safarov. in round 4. Coming up shortly on mat number 4, we'll have to prepare for Abe Hihumi. He goes up against Nabor Castillo. In the meantime, we're going to go down to mat number 4. Actually, you're quite right. Let's go down to mat number 4. Let's see what's happening with Manuel Scheibel of Germany. He's up against David Garcia Torni of Spain.
We're going to have another look at that because that was all over before it even began, wasn't it? Garcia, beautiful Ouchigari. Just have a look how he sets this one up. Have a look at the sleeve grip there, pulls it across, has to go in immediate, and he just hooks the inside of the leg there. What an Ouchigari that was. Beautiful.
Right, nice score. We'll go back to 4 because Abe Hihumi of Japan is up against Nabor Castillo of Mexico. It's Abe in the white judogi, Castillo in blue. Round 3 of the under 66 kilo category.
Third round for men under 66 kilograms. Welcome in white judogi, representing Japan. 2017 and 2018 world champion Abe Hifumi. In blue, representing Mexico, Nabor Castillo.
Tatami 1, men under 60 kilogram, third round. In white, from Brazil.
Well, always a problem. Castillo will know that if he gets 2 hands on Abe, he's going to just disappear underneath him.
I'll go back to the point that we were making about head-to-head. Now, I was talking about 2 different types of head-to-head. I'm going to introduce a third. That is to say, Abe has a teammate who's not even here, whose head-to-head is going to be measured. In this one, Maruyama Joshiro deciding not to go ahead with. They introduced Abe as the 2017-2018 world champion. Well, they can't introduce the 2019 world champion because he's not here. He's at home with his feet, you know, up, watching this one,
yeah,
saying,
just see how it goes.
Good luck, pal. You know, best of luck with this one. And Abe has really, I don't mean got to put on a show, but he's got to make this look absolutely convincing.
Isn't it incredible, isn't it? Maruyama's at home and everybody's wanted to see the match. Maruyama and Abe will happen at the Japanese trials for sure. And almost for sure the winner will go to the Olympic Games.
I'm going to find out from the IGF media director when it is. Mark Pickering, he's no doubt going to be there or thereabouts. And if we're not doing anything, then I'll probably go out there.
So Wazari opener there for Abe. It was, I'm not sure if it was off the sleeve. Let's have a look. No, just he has the sleeve first of all. Then he catches the second sleeve for the Sodi. And then just straight the way across gets a Wazari score.
Yeah, so if I'm not doing anything, I'll go out there. Have a look at it.
Yeah, it would be terrific, wouldn't it, to see that.
Yeah.
And like you said as well, Sheldon, you know, they are under pressure. He's under pressure here, not just to win this tournament, but to look good as well. Well, Sianagi came back out onto the arm and so didn't throw with pressure on the arm, so slightly different. And he looks nervous to me. He's kind of desperate, and of course people are running away from him. They don't want to. If they stand there, they're going to be thrown for Ippon, and they know that.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think the nervousness stems from wanting everything to look so good, and not just, you know, coast or something. He really wants to put on a good performance here. over and above saying, I took the gold medal. I took the gold medal. Well, sorry, we expected you to. That's what the Japanese will be looking at. It's how you did it. Yeah. That's what we want to see. We want to see in what kind of form are you in? The gold medal win, we expect that. How did you do it? Well, that's really disappointing from Nabil Castillo. You can understand how, in an effort to try and avoid, getting smashed, you will close down some of your own scoring opportunities, even though they're very small. But to shut it down to such an extent that you end up picking up 3 penalties within, how quickly was it? We weren't even halfway, to be honest.
No, terrified actually of going over, like you said, of going over for the big team.
Right, coming up next, Nijat Shikalizada of Azerbaijan. He goes up against Yusuf Nokovic of Montenegro. Shikalizada in the white judogi, Nokovic in blue. Takato Nauhisa follows this against Kemran Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. So we're not really going to go that far, although Downer, they've just finished.
Well, on his day here, Shikalizada, great thrower, a massive thrower, but just lost a bit of form of late and not at his best, that's for sure.
Do they say slightly long in the tooth now?
Yeah, well,
it's getting on, isn't it?
Well, they're going to have to decide on that sleeve, left against right, right against left, depending on which way you look at it, but they are just pecking away at the sleeve. They're going to have to either go sleeve first and then lapel, but certainly if they go lapel, the sleeve won't happen.
Tatami 2, third round, men under 66 kilogram. In white, from Georgia, in blue, from Czech Republic, Pavel Petrikov.
Now they have the sleeve.
Yoko Tomoinagi from Shikalizada, but it didn't really unsettle Nurkovic. He saw that coming, blocked it fairly well, and he was reasonably interested in doing something on the ground as well, but by that time Shikalizada had covered up. Took a bit of a whack to the eye there as well.
See quite a few of those, don't we? They come in desperate to get their kumakata, to get the grip and finger right in there.
That modified kataguruma of both lapels. And there's a nice little tip there from Shikalizada.
Might get a score for that. It might just, they'll have a little look on it back in slow motion, and they might just give it a score.
He hasn't got much wrong, has he, old Mathieu Bataille?
He's doing very well, isn't he? And,
because he gave that score earlier on, and we thought, wasn't so sure, and then it was. And he hasn't given one there, and we thought, that might be worth a look. But he just said, no, I'll let you know.
Well, the thing is, they're in the right place, the right time, and and I've found that more and more.
He has
all his top referees
completely morphed from being a super heavyweight into being one of the most promising referees on the circuit, Mathieu Bataille. Very, very quickly shown the ability to judge, evaluate, make decisions, be clear, reasonably confident. He doesn't look around too much at the table and stuff, and he does give a score. And he was the thing about that, you had no indication that he was going to give a score.
No.
And for me,
he was very sure, wasn't he?
Absolutely, because he didn't give a score in the beginning, but he didn't give any indication that it was being looked at or decided. He wasn't looking around and everything. If I've decided this is no Wazari, if my team are in a better position and decide that it is, they're going to let me know. But what I'm not going to do is to be looking up and speculating. If they are, I've got an earpiece, they'll tell me. And it was so clear.
Which is the important thing.
Yeah.
That is really important. To be confident in your decisions, that's what you want.
And to me, I'm looking at him, and even though he didn't give a Wazaru there, I still feel confident in him because he didn't look as though he was shaken or concerned about it. He trusted in his team. And remember, it is a team of 3. There are, there's a referee in the middle, and then you have the 2 contest judges, and even then they are supported by the commission and the referee supervisors. So to get it wrong, for me, is really difficult. And you often hear coaches coming in saying, oh, this was my score, it was a push out, or, there's an incredible amount of personal bias involved in those sorts of decisions.
Well, I think as well, you've got to realise, I mean, just like this now, that wasn't a score for me because he landed just on his arm was in the way, but they will look at it again.
And I think the other thing to consider there from the point of Nurkovic, at what point can he claim to have had something in Shikalizada landing on his back? That would be my question. If during the execution of Shikalizada's attempted Setemiwaza, Nurkovic could take it over and say, I'm guiding him to the mat, and him being on his back has something for me to do with it, you get a score. He just landed on top of him.
Yeah,
and that's why they didn't give a score.
And also, that was the blind side of the referee, that one, that particular one.
Tell you what, though, Nurkovic hasn't done that badly. He's flirting with picking up a penalty here for stepping out, Nurkovic.
Well,
I'm so glad he's done that.
I am too. It wasn't stepping out, was it? It was running out, wasn't it? Just a little, I'm going out there. That's it.
And over. Now Shikalizada finishes him off. For me, that is a demonstration of his misunderstanding and misinterpretation of that rule. Oh, I'm on my knees, I can get out the contest area. No,
well,
you can't.
He could. No, he could.
Well, he did. But not without picking up a penalty. It was very good, Neil, very good. Right, we stayed on mat number 3. Nurkovic, by the way, put up a good battle.
Yeah, he did.
I like that. That was a good little show there. Right, coming up next, Takato Naohisa of Japan goes up against Kemran Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. It's Takato in the white judogi, Nurilayev in blue. And we'll follow that with Ashley McKenzie and Tema Nozadze. We were going to have a look at McKenzie earlier on, but he had a fairly straightforward win, and we blanked him. We won't next time round.
Look at that! What a coach, Gary, that is. Just hops to the side there. I saw him training actually in his warm-up for that, and he just skips to the side and then just catches the foot and drives off his back leg. Beautiful.
Takato dragging Nurilayev back into the competition area.
Yeah, I mean, wow. So we're going to have another little look. Have a look how he skips to the side, just catches the foot, and the hands and the feet working together. And that is the key to it, the hands and feet working together.
Do you like that replay?
Fantastic.
We're on it. We're on it.
You're on it. We're fucking right on it.
In blue judogi, representing Germany, in blau aus Deutschland, Dan Matuszowicz.
And he's done it again. Wow. He just goes from every angle. Do you know what? What a decision they have to make as to who to pick and select for this 60 kilos. They've got 2 guys that could win the Olympic gold medal.
And Takato here is doing what we were talking with a few minutes ago about Abe. He's putting on that kind of performance that is head and shoulders above the competition, that demonstrates to the powers that be, the people who are going to do the selecting, this is the guy who's got the touch, he's on form. This is who we've got to look at.
Yeah, but they're both on form.
Well, Nagayama last week did it.
Nagayama, he won the Paris, and I know he was injured on 3rd round, and he went through, made it look easy. Paris tournament.
The Japanese have not had a 60-kilo gold medal winner since the legendary Nomura. Last 60-kilo fighter to win the Olympic Games for them. We had Beslan Mudranov in Rio. We had Arsene Galstian in London. And we had Cho Min-ho in Beijing. So you got all the way back to Athens.
That's incredible, isn't it, when you think of it? When you think of the... And they've got 2 there that could do it. But anyway, this man here is the one doing it at the moment. Oh, now then, that's got to be it. It's finished. Was that upon?
Well, Takato thinks it is.
Yeah, just, I know, just...
Wow, no. Oh, missed it. Yeah. He sat him on his backside first, and it was the second push down that got it. But it was all in one movement.
It was all in one movement. If there's not a break in it, you know, if there is a break, then of course it's classed as a takedown in Newaza. But anyway, that was beautifully done by Takato. He just looked, like you said it, and you just said it there, a head and shoulders above the others.
Yeah, it was... What do you call that? Inevitable. Right, I did say that we were going to see Ashley Mackenzie. However, we've got the number 1 seed in the under 60 kilo category on mat number 2. And Neil and I are both from Britain. There's no secret about that. So let's not get called for being biased and watching Mackenzie when the number 1 seed is on mat number 2. Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan goes up against Fraj Douibi of Tunisia. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi. Douibi in blue. And another reason for coming here is Lutfilayev is struggling today. This is the second time that we've seen him taking the distance. He's picked up 2 penalties. Douibi fancies his chances here, doesn't he? Look.
Yeah, well, he struggled in the last one, didn't he? And then came back in the last half of the contest, last part of the contest.
That was against Jabba Papinashvili of Georgia. Here he is against Fraj Douibi. He hasn't come up against one of the seeded players as yet. He will in the next round if he gets past Douibi. And he had a beautiful finish as well, didn't he? Finished with Ippon.
I think what we have to take into consideration here as well is that...
There you go again. He's thrown him away, if you like.
Yeah, that was right on the bell, that. Look at that. Literally as the bell was going. Look. And, you know, I was going to say that players are coming here. They went to Paris as well, not on the best of form, because, of course, they're training through and they're peaking for the Olympics. They're not peaking for this. But it means that they've still got to go in and perform. I think Billedid was the same. Yeah. They've got to perform and do enough to win, get major medals, but off form, not on the best of form, you know. And you don't know where they are in their training program. That's the big thing, is that some of them look tired, but it's maybe because they're on their power phase or, you know, a slower phase of their training, and or a cardio phase of their training. It might be that they're doing more randori, and so they're tired, they're physically tired coming into these competitions.
Well, Jakarta is going to be the possible opponent, or Lenin Preciado for Lutfilayev in the next round. But we're going to go down to mat number 4 to pick up the action between Sarah Leonie Sisik of France. She's up against Anna Borowska of Poland. It is Sisik in the white judogi, Borowska in blue. We join the contest with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Sisik has already picked up Wazari. We are penalty free, but Sisik leads by Wazari. It's Sisik in the white judogi, Borowska in blue.
Yeah, I think that Sisik for me is one for the absolute future. I think she can get to this Olympic Games, and I think that they have really high hopes for her in France. They really do. They've got a 57-kilo fighter that looks for Ippon and from every angle.
I come back to something that Neil was saying about getting the timing right, and if you look at Billedid's performance, I was quite not scathing, but you know, questioning the degree, the level of fitness throughout her day on her way to the gold medal. However, it could very well be that she's not interested in peaking for Paris. She wants to peak for Tokyo, and that is at the end of July, beginning of August. So there's still plenty of time. Now she needs to go to Paris for competition.
And she has to complete it. You know,
Yeah.
it's getting a balance between performing well enough to take you through, especially she doesn't need the points, don't forget. So that event for her is different than somebody just picking up points. So she goes there in order to, she'll want to get as far as she can. Every match is a training session for her, every match.
Got a good question for you. The Japanese were desperate to find, or are desperate actually, to find someone who can challenge her and for them hopefully defeat her in Tokyo. So they would have wanted to have tested Billedid. They sent a new fighter who had not previously faced Billedid, and that's going to score as well, second score for Sazik. And they got what they wanted. They got that matchup. Unfortunately, they didn't quite get the result that they wanted, which was Billedid won. Now, for me, who came out of that better? Was it the young Japanese having had a look at Billedid and been on with her, or was it Billedid who was not at her best, who had a look at the Japanese, beat her, and has come away knowing a little bit more about the possible competition? I genuinely feel that Billedid at the moment is being best served. She's seen what they had, Tanaki, 1, 2, 3, done. You know, that book has already been read, hasn't it? Now it's the younger one, and they had to give it a go. They had to offer her up, and he's done her as well. So for me, Billedid is in a really good position here, because is the young fighter going to learn enough in this short period up to Tokyo to challenge Billedid when Billedid is going to be at her strongest and most motivated? I think it's going to be very difficult now. Very difficult for them.
Mat number 2 there for Klimke is up.
Okay, let's go over to mat number 2. Jessica Klimke, the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category. She's up against Nahum Acosta-Bate of Cuba. Klimke in the white judogi, Acosta in blue. No Diguchi here, remember, the current world champion, the world number 1, and her teammate.
Well, I mean, Klimke knows she's got to win this event, even to stay in there with any kind of chance. To even think that she's got a chance. But she's all-out explosion, isn't she? And she's just non-stop.
Chance for the turnover?
Yes, every chance, and there it is.
Like
clockwork, and beautifully done. Knew exactly what she wanted there, and Acosta, we had just stayed there too long. 2 ippons up here for Klimke, it seems. I don't think she's going far from there, is she? Acosta-Bate gets held down there. That's 2 really good contests for Klimke of Canada, and she's looking on really good form.
She goes into the quarterfinal. She'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Anastasia Konkina of Russia and Ana Rosa of the Dominican Republic. We're going to stay here to see that one, because I think it'll be interesting to see who Klimke is going to go up against.
It's starting to really open up, isn't it, the competition now, and we're getting to the interesting matchups as we get nearer to the quarterfinals and semi-finals. And then, of course, we've got the final block starting at 5 o'clock. Local time, that is, German time.
From Spain, Ana de Response. In blue from Algeria, Mariam Moussa.
So Konkina, winner in the first match, which was the second round actually, in white here.
It's not all over for Konkina. She trails her teammate Mezhetskaya by about 9 places in the world ranking list.
Now then, who are they going to give that to? That should be an interesting one. I think it was white, personally. If you have a look at the landing here, The Sakeshi will be what will get it. Now I'm wondering if they have they given it white?
It
yes,
is on
they
white,
have.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
that's
she
gonna
gets
be one
caught
back.
there. Yeah.
So we just missed it. Sorry about that, everybody at home.
Rosa caught Konkina on the ground. Bit of a shocker for the Russian. We were talking about just how important it was going to be for Konkina to close the gap on Mezhetskaya. That's not going to happen now.
Well, they're having a little look, aren't they, at something. It's something not quite right.
Konkina is in the top half of the draw, actually in Pool A. So the winner of this one, they're going to cancel that. So it's a Wazaria piece then. It ain't over yet.
It ain't over, no. And I think as well that certainly Rosa realised that.
The difficulty for Rosa is that she was in for that Uchimata first of all and got countered, and she's going for it again, but the second time she must have come up with a score, so she feels brave enough. She feels she's confident enough to give this a go. However, she's already been countered once with that technique. She's going to have to be careful. Something different. Yeah.
That's it, it's all over. And so the Russian has pulled it back. Konkina gets a second Wazari, and so she is still in it.
And she goes into the quarterfinal to face Jessica Klimke. Now, Mezhetskaya is a little bit further down. She's coming up shortly. A couple of fights' time, we might be able to get to have a look at that. But before that, well, we've got the #1 seed, Amandine Bouchard of France, going up against the Olympic silver medalist, Jeong Bo-kyung, albeit that she was silver medalist in the under 48 kilo category. So we're going to stick on mat #2 then. Amandine Bouchard of France faces Jeong Bo-kyung. It'll be Bouchard in the white judogi and white hair, and Jeong in blue. I chatted with her this morning. You cannot believe how warm, likeable and friendly Amandine Bouchard is.
Is she?
You get this impression
that's
that she
lovely.
might be a right toughie and a difficult person to chat to. Completely opposite. That's one of the nicest fighters on the circuit.
Lovely.
Really is. So pleasant. And always likes a laugh and a joke. A good team member, you know, very popular in the French team.
You know, it's always nice, isn't it, to hear that, you know, because you get your own vision, don't you, of them, and it's because she's so determined. I mean, she's just so focused.
I didn't have that many opportunities to interview her in the past for different reasons, but I had to do an interview with her some time ago, and she came across so well. She was so excited. She was so happy and bubbly and open for answering all questions and everything. I thought, wow, this is really, really nice. It's a pleasant fighter.
Oh, look
Gets
at that.
caught there.
Wow, she did about 3 Sienagis there, and Bouchard has gone over for a Wazari, and Jeong, could she upset the apple cart here? Because I can tell you now, well, we're only just a minute in, and Bouchard, who's been so consistent, I have to say that Bouchard has been one of the most consistent, which is why she's got the world #1 ranking. And she won't give up there, I can tell you now. I've also got to say that the Koreans been sending their ones and twos out to the last 3 events, Tel Aviv and Paris, and now here. They know that they've really got to come on form. Well, they all of them are coming on form just at the right time for the Olympic Games. If you're going to get anything right, that's the one to get right. So now this is where Zhang has to be careful, because if she starts to flop and drop, there's still 2 whole minutes left of this contest.
This for me is when it becomes really, really fascinating. Can you hold on to your lead, avoid getting thrown by one of the big throwers in the weight category? And, you know, she's got this important part to her as well. She's French. Tactically, she knows how to deal with it. She's penalty-free, so that there are a couple of options here for Bouchard. One is to try and throw Zhang, obviously, which she will try to do, but Zhang has got to keep up the right kind of tempo and the right kind of attacks. Now, the first one, get away with.
She won't get away with that one, will she? She'll get a Shido for just dropping.
And we've got a minute 19 left to go. I can see one more, and she steals it if Bouchard can't throw her.
Well, Bouchard now really relying on that Yoko Otoshi and just getting that little bit frustrated here, because she's got a very low centre of gravity, Zhang. She can't get down there.
That Wazari is going to play on the mind of Bouchard as the seconds tick away. Got to try and put that out of her mind and concentrate on her own score and really not look to try and draw a penalty on Zhang. If she keeps up the rate of attacks, it's going to come anyway, because Zhang is backpedaling here.
She's definitely backpedaling, isn't she? And just try and get that time, that 40 seconds there, which would be the longest 40 seconds, just to tick away. She's going to get a second penalty here for sure.
Which
there
is what we said. Now, I didn't think that she would get it that quickly. 30 seconds here. Here comes the chase. For me, you run the risk. If you're going to get thrown, you get thrown, but just run the risk, because you're going to get another drop from Zhang. One more big attack here from Bouchard, and Zhang's in trouble. Can't afford to let the clock tick away and let her in with an attack, but she comes up with a score. This is what you get.
Look at that, 12 seconds to go on the clock. And Bouchard, wow, Koso to Gak and straight into the offside commi.
Got absolutely zero against Zhang. Zero against Zhang, but the minute you change those tactics,
and look at
you're
her face.
in trouble. Yeah.
Just looking at the expression there, she kept cool, calm, and collected all the way through there. That was a real class act there from Bouchard.
Guess where I'm going? Down the warm-up
You go down,
area.
have a little talk with her, and just see what she says. But that was brilliantly done. It really was. She kept really calm, and she was about to get the penalty as well. She couldn't run forever, could she? But great stuff there from Bouchard. So Bouchard and Abe still on the cards here. That was a great performance there from a great champion. She really showed her class there, and she took her down the last 12 seconds, turned it completely. We'll stay on this mat number 2 here. Delgado, Angelica Delgado up against Estio Lin of Spain. Delgado of the United States of America in white.
In white for USA, Angelica Delgado. In blue for Spain, Nina Esteo.
This then to get through to the quarterfinals. Just manages to climb off that, Delgado. Big Oh, Sodagari there from Estio.
In white for Botswana, Lucky Mabaka.
Got to get on the pace here, Delgado.
Aziza Shakir.
On tatami 1. Women's
Now then, nearly there. Oh, Sodagari there from Delgado.
Vice-Ranzug aus Deutschland, Verena Thom. In blue from Hong Kong, Sung Suk Ki.
So a minute gone, both fighters opening up. Should see a score. So now Estio gets a Shido just for dropping. Up to the halfway mark. Of course, you have to get to the quarterfinal stages to qualify for any kind of medal chance. Be a little bit careful with that Delgado, just taking her opponent to the edge there, but you have to be a little bit careful with it because it's a 50-50, not quite 50-50, but it's a dangerous place to be, especially when you're just looking for the penalty. Good Kosoto there from Delgado. Fairly even match. He's got to get a head up, Delgado. Needs the head up. Esteo just starting to climb on top.
Just before Neil takes a quick break, going to let Neil know that we had a good chat, right? Had a good chat with Amandine Bouchard.
Happy?
The way, you know, some fighters are switched on, really clever. And the thing that she said she didn't want to do was to pick up a penalty, leave herself penalty free, look positive despite the fact that there was a score against her. And she knew that her opponent was going to pick up penalties because she'd be running, dropping, defensive. And if she continued to attack, strong attacks, she was going to take the contest. That's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's
really good.
No, and I've got to say that it looked like that all the way through. It really did.
We're going to go quickly to mat number 3. Neil is going to miss this one because he's going to miss Abe Uta of Japan. He's not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere. He's just going to stay and watch, and it's all over. So I'm glad I stayed. It was a bit of an overthrow there. Let's just have a little look. See.
We'll see what happens with the Newaza. Oh, she's there may be something in it, score-wise. What have they done then?
Well, they've given it a Wazari, obviously. Yeah. So Wazari, very, very quick. It's difficult to see the landing. My goodness me. Oh, Sodi Kamigoshi! Oh, dear me. Wow. Well, she's juggling, isn't she, Abeuta?
Well,
And it's a
what
good
was I
way of
saying this morning
explaining.
about the tempo? There's just too much going on. The fighters need a certain amount of time to settle, just to close things down and to get into their own rhythm. She doesn't allow that. Just doesn't happen. We're going to go to mat number 2 now. It's overkill on the Japanese fighters this morning, because we're going to go and see what's happening with Tanaki Funa. Sorry about that. Just one more look at it and then... Right, off we go. Right, we're going to go to mat number 2 to have a look at Tanaki Funa of Japan. She's up against Oh Hyunju of the Republic of Korea. It's Tanaki in the white judogi, Oh in blue. Now, there are going to be a number of contests that you at home will want to watch, possibly not the ones that we're watching here, but by all means, click on whichever mat it is that you want to watch, and you will get that. We're going to see round 3 of the under 48 kilo category. It's Tanaki in the white judogi, Oh in blue. No scorers yet. A little over 2.5 minutes left to go. It's Oh who's picked up the single Shido. And looking to attack there with Uchimata, but falling away from her opponent, so no score. Oh, and almost caught with the Tsukeshi there. Chance to work on the ground now.
Golden score.
Missed with the left-sided Tomoenage effort there. Tanaki able to block that fairly easily. 1.5 minutes left to go.
Tatami 4. Next contest, the fourth round, men under 66 kilo. In white
Both
from
fighters pick up
Brazil,
penalties for
Daniel
avoiding to
In
take
blue
a
from
grip.
Spain, David Garcia.
Little Diashibarai from Tanaki brought O down onto a front, and now the turnover. Tanaki's not finished yet. Going to have another go at this, but blocked by O. Half a minute left to go. This is a good performance from O against the former world champion. Another Uchimata, but turned this time, which will pick up the score, and the Jujigatami as well. Neatly done by Tanaki Funa. We can have a look up and down the mats and see who's on. Let's have another look, if we can, then at Julia Figueroa of Spain. That battle continues. Julia Figueroa and Laura Martinez. Figueroa in round 3, this time going up against Helen Schneider of Germany. It's Figueroa in the white judogi, Schneider in blue, and we'll keep an eye on what's happening on mat number 4, because coming up next on mat number 4 will be Abe Hifumi of Japan. He'll go up against Nijat Shikalizada, but that we're not sure when that's going to be. We'll have a look at that. We're looking at Figueroa and Schneider, and in the meantime, just going to have a look and see how it is that Laura Martinez is progressing well. Tanaki Funa is in the first of the quarterfinals. She'll face the winner of the contest that's taking place on mat number 2 between Sabina Gilyazova of Russia and Gulkanda Senturk of Turkey. Martinez has lost in her round 3 contest, so that pretty much does it, and Figueroa will know that. So a win here to put a win here to put Figueroa into the quarterfinal is going to seal it, really, unfortunately. And there is the Osai Komi as well. Kazuri.
She must have heard you.
Yeah. Kazuri Yoko Shiogatami just deciding to take the top, not worried about the legs. Nice strong top there. And that is all they wrote. Figueroa. 2 things going in her favor there. One, a teammate going out in round 3, and her going into the quarterfinal now. She's going to feel emboldened by that.
Oh, it's another word. It's going down. I'm building up quite a little dictionary here. Sheldonisms, I'm going to call them.
Right, here comes Bobby Donaldson. What's he got on his hand? Shireen Buckley up against Ellen Salens of Belgium. I'm not sure if we're going to stay here because we've got Abe Hifumi coming up next. So before we get too involved in this one, let's go down to mat number 4, yeah?
Yeah, we'll go down mat number 4.
We'll see what's happening with Daniel Cagnin of Brazil. He's up against David Garcia Torre of Spain. It's Cagnin in the white judogi, Garcia in blue. Cagnin has already picked up 2 penalties. We've got half a minute left to go. It's Cagnin in white, Garcia in blue.
He's a big thrower as well, Cagnin. He can throw very, very well. And, well, saying that, the Brazilians all the way through the board. I mean, they have really good stand-up judo. It's what we want to see. Just a little bit off the pace here by the looks of it. Very lively. Garcia of Spain just hitting the attack, just beating him to the attack every time. And yet again, they're good attacks as well here from Garcia. He's got to be careful, Gagnin.
Number 3 seed this morning, Gagnin.
Well, he just got the nod there. If he doesn't do anything now, it definitely is going to pick up that third Shido. It's going to go into golden score. Those 2 Shidos will carry over, of course.
Garcia unseeded this morning and giving the third seed a real run for his money.
That's not going to be enough to do that. Got to attack off it as well. Now then, good one. Gagnin manages to get underneath him this time. Just about saved himself there, giving himself a few more valuable seconds. Well, again, I think now we're going to see Garcia get one. So he'll get a Shido for that. He's definitely on the defensive here. Can't really afford to. I mean, it's just about penalties, this. They need a score on the board.
He may just have taken his foot off the gas for a while in the hope that both would look passive, but Gagnin doesn't look to me as though he's run out of steam yet. There's still plenty left in the tank.
Cianagi looks strong enough to me.
Maybe Garcia was, rolling the dice, thinking if I close things down, maybe we'll both get one and I'll win. But that didn't happen. He's going to have to open up a little bit more here.
Hoping they'll let them carry on, really. I mean, they're both trying to score. Was trying to throw there, Gagnin. So I'm hoping that they don't think about third Shido.
Tatami 1. Next contest in men's under 66 kilograms.
The bridge. They're saying that Garcia bridged.
Right.
From Zambia, Stephen Mugalu.
Well, that was a bit unfortunate, wasn't it? I wasn't sure that wasn't off the ground, but anyway, he gets the nod. So now we've got Abe Hifumi just about to step out. Shikalazada, you'd look at this match, wouldn't you? You'd say, wow, we've got a match on our hands here. And I think an on-form Shikalazada would really cause him problems here, but we'll see. Let's see how it goes.
It's awful when you know someone really well and you just have a feeling that it's not going to happen for him. This is just a bridge too far for Shikalazada. You and I can build it up as much as we like, but, this is storm force from Abe.
Counterstorm.
Yeah, and Shikalazada is being asked to weather, battle and defeat a storm. That is a big ask.
Yeah, I think that the longer this goes as well. I mean, he's always dangerous in the opening second, Shikalazada. But Abe's come out straight away there on the offensive. I mean, certainly he has the weapons to cause him problems because he's a big thrower, Shikalazada, but he also will leave himself in danger of going over as well. My prediction for this is that it will end in Ippon.
Tatami 3, next contest, fourth round for men under 66 kilograms. In white for Bulgaria, Božidar Develkov. In blue for Chinese Taipei, San Yinyan.
Shido apiece.
On tatami 1. Now the first quarterfinal of the day. In the men under 60 kilogram category.
Well, this is to get to the quarter-final stages, so any chance of a medal's got to go through this round. Yeah, it's an extra round they've had to fight in under 66 kilos category.
From Chinese Taipei, Yang Yongwei.
Tatami 3, next contest, fourth round, men under 66 kilograms. In white judogi, representing Russia, Abdullah.
Ichigari this time from Abe. Then he'll make the change. Like I said, the more they go into the contest here, the better it is for Abe. Now he's got the sleeve. Second Shido up there, Shikalazada.
Minute 45 is too long to keep Abe out. And
there it goes. Oh! Well, he gets the Ippon for that. I think that they might just change that to Wazari because that didn't look quite flat on the back there. They might leave it,
It's just a little bit off to the left of the screen to see that landing. It's a little bit splitting hairs, but to be honest, you know, it's just that it's off on that side, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they just changed it now. So a Wazari then, and we're going to see more of it. We're going to kind of glad in a way, aren't we? That's terrible, isn't it? It's only because we want to see him in action.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you said it right there at the beginning of this contest. It's just a step too far for Shikalazada, really. It's just on the back foot. You don't very often see him on the back foot, actually, you know, just trying to survive. But certainly what's happened here.
He picked up a little bit of a injury, I think.
Tatami 3.
Yeah, just a bang, I think, just a little bit of blood. And
first quarterfinal of Tatami 3, men under 60 kilogram. In white for Spain, Francisco Garrigos. In blue,
Well, we're not
Republic of Korea,
that
Kim Von
sure how long the break is going to be. We've got a quarter-final in the under 60 kilo category taking place down on mat number 1. Jorif Straten of Belgium up against Yang Yong-wei. Then we've got a quarter-final on mat number 3. That's the adjoining mat. Francisco Garrigos of Spain. He's up against Kim Won-jin of the Republic of Korea. We're just hanging on for one of the, you know, the big favourites.
And we got a quarter-final on this match straight after, of course, with
this,
Takato.
with Takato. So it's a little bit tricky to be jumping around. We just simply don't know how long it's going to be, and just as well we didn't go because here he is. He's back.
Well, I think this is where we're going to see the Ippon now, because Shikalizada will have to go forwards. And, well, that's definitely going to be a Shido there for Abe. Abe there just grabbing the leg. In defence. Let's hope that the referee remembers that.
Give it to him now.
Well, he was just scratching away at the leg there, and I thought that just using the arm as well as defence. We were saying earlier on that how important it is that he's not just got to win this, Abe, he's got to win it well. He's got to look good doing it. So
And she does give the penalty.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, now then. Oof. And he's taken the fight to him, Shikalizada. You know, credit to him. Not phased at all. So
Just
it
doesn't
has
want to
turned
be
into
there.
a good fight. Yeah, and I mean, he's just wasting time there now, Abe. Should be mate immediately at this stage. 20 seconds left. Any drop by either one could be costly. They've got to keep good form. And there's a good technique there from Abe, and that should be it. Just comes back out on top, and he'll just ride the wave out there. Just got to look busy. He'll be glad to get through to quarterfinals.
It's always going to be a tough one against the fighter of Shikalizade's background. He wasn't going to roll over. Whether he was ever seriously troubled, well, that's another question. But at least there was a battle and it went the distance. Shikalizada giving up one score, Abe picking up a couple of unnecessary penalties, really, just to give Shikalizada a little bit of a sniff. But to be honest, he was still
They did have a little nod to each other, which was quite interesting. When they finished the match, he just gave him a little nod as if to say, good match, you know, which it was. Next up then on mat number 4, Takato Nahisa against Nazadze of Georgia.
Quarter-final in the under 60 kilo category, and we keep saying it, but I think it's well worth repeating. Both Abe and Takato are in the process of demonstrating what kind of form they're on, and up to this point it looks pretty good for both of them.
Yeah, I've got to say though that Nazadze has really impressed me, because he is an all-out fighter. Wow. He really is a great prospect for the future, Nazadze. Look at that, though. Oh, my goodness me. Gets a Wazari for that. That'll be a Wazari straight away, Takato. You think this is going to end in Ippon? 30 seconds in here, 29 seconds in. All systems go. Oh, look. So unusual with his technique here. Takato just changes direction, and he can change the style of it as well. It can be traditional Japanese style, and then he'll go to European style. He does just some unusual stuff.
Takato and Abe have both shown flashes. Just that right hand there against the belt, blocking for me.
Right, it should have been a penalty immediately.
And
It's
he
going to be
got
all
away
over
with
though.
it now. Yeah.
It's all over, and he just took out Nazadze there, and Nazadze is a class act. He's a really good one for the future, I think. Just mark my words on that one, but, you know, Takato just took him out. So easy to get through to the semi-final.
There's so many good fights up and down to see. I was just going to say quickly, well, first of all, we're going to go over to mat number 2, because we've got the number 1 seed in the under 60 kilo category. We've just seen Takato. He may come up against the number 1 seed, Sharafudin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. He's up against Tornike Jakadua of the Netherlands. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Jakadua in blue. We've seen Lutfilayev squeeze past a couple of his opponents today, albeit that he's ended up with scores at the end of them, but he has been taken the distance. Let's have a look at Lutfilayev, and then once we've settled down, I'll tell you about what I've noticed about Abe and Takato, and that is that they're both prepared to take risks and get in close, one with the Georgian and then previously with the Azeri. Now, for me, this is not the number 1 Georgian, and this is not the number 1 Azeri. You get in close and hugging when the things are really close, and at the end, you know, you don't want to be hugging a Georgian too close.
I was going to say, I quite like being close. You know what I mean? I like the hugging bit. But you meant out there, didn't you?
It's a bit of a risk, yeah.
Chikadua here, you know, he's got 2 Shidos on the board. I don't quite know how that kind of came about, but I mean, he seems to be the one really taking the fight to Lutfilayev here. It's one of those days here for Lutfilayev where you go, I'm going to have to really grind this one out, you know, and I had some days like that. Sometimes coach would come to me and say, we're going to have to work on this one, aren't we? You know, and we just did. Other days it just was so easy, it came easier, you know, but sometimes it was graft. With 2 Shidos on there, he can't afford to stand off. He's got to go forwards. Second Shido up for Lutfilayev. Ducking under. So now 2 apiece. Not over yet. What we do know about Lutfilayev, though, is that he can pull it out the bag at any time in the contest. And that's a drop. That is definitely a drop. Is he going to get away with it? Gets away with it this time. And it's only because it's an open contest. Oh,
he's gone over!
Oh! And he's definitely stolen that in the last 10 seconds there. And second, Chikadua of the Netherlands here has upset the odds here.
He can't believe it. Lutfilayev, another one.
Chikadua, wow, he did what he expected, what he needed to do, should I say, and gets the big score, and he looked a bit out of sorts, Lutfilayev, got to be said, didn't he?
He was taking the distance in all 3 contests, and then here as well. Right, coming on to mat number 2 now. The number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, Jessica Klimke of Canada, goes up against Anastasia Konkina of Russia. It'll be Klimke in the white judogi, Konkina in blue. We will follow that with Amandine Bouchard of France, the number 1 seed, up against Angelica Delgado in the under 52 kilo category. Although we've got Abe as well on mat 2.
Starting to liven up this, isn't it? I guess it was Ari there, Klimke. Or was that Mate? It was a Mate, sorry. I thought she'd scored. I think she went flat on her face there, Konkina, from the Sienagi.
Mezhitskaya just lost her contest there. Just going to check. seem to have overheard the stadium announcer mention Mezhetskaya's name.
Well, that was some smash, actually. She went right onto her face, and face plants are not fun. They're not.
Mezhetskaya has just lost to Stoll. Konkina won't be aware of that.
Well, like you say, it's a battle to the end, isn't it? You know, we saw some people qualifying in the last contest, and one became Olympic champion. That's a Wazari there. That's got to be. Klimkate scores a Wazari. Beautiful Sienagi right the way underneath.
She's not 100%, Konkina. She's still shaking her head after that face plant. And just body language there wasn't the same kind of effort to get off that as there was previously, because the way she'd looked to get off it was putting her head there. Not putting her head there again.
No, exactly. Well, people say to me, they say, if you could change one thing in your career, what would you do? I said, I'd move 2 steps to my right. At a certain time in my life, you know what I mean?
Oh, dear.
But it's true, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you think of it that way, you just, you know, it's being in the wrong place at the right time, or the other way around, the right place at the wrong time.
Konkina picked up a penalty there. Still trying to gather herself.
Yeah, well, great readjustment with the Sienagi. Like I said, I'd really like to see her using the Ashiwaza as well as just going over to that other flank, Klimket, as well. And I think it would just give her so much opportunity for a CI, which is absolutely superb, of course.
I think her opponents get a feel for the shape and the position of the Seoinage, and if she could work something from exactly that same position to give them another look and something else to deal with,
yes, sure,
that would be good. See, look, she's still thinking about attempting the Seoinage from that position. It's an impossible position. You've got such an extreme left-sided position from Konkina. You're not going to get past there. Still wants to give a go. It's almost as though her body says, you haven't attacked for 20 seconds, throw in the Seoinage.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Anyway, she leads by Wazari with a little over a minute and a half left to go. Single Shido picked up by Konkina, not out of it yet.
Still looking for the other score here, Klimket. And she's going to get it, I think. Oh, now then. Well, you can't ride those kind of techniques. You really can't.
The winner of the quarterfinal in white for Japan, Abe Uta.
I was hoping that we would get to see Abe's quarterfinal. We've missed that. She's already defeated Klagvasuren Sosabaram of Mongolia. So we're going to have to wait for the semi-final to get to see Abe next. Klimke with a little over a minute left to go to hang on to this lead. She's penalty-free, and Konkin has picked up a second penalty.
Women under 48 kilograms. In white for Spain, Julia Figueroa. In blue for France, Shirin Boukli.
Well, last minute now in this contest here. Klimke just got to stay busy, just doing what she's done for the last 3 minutes, actually. Beating her to the attack every time. Konkina can't get into the match. 2 Shidos on the board.
Vitaly Makarov in the chair for Anastasia Konkina. Just half a minute left to go, and Sasha Mehmedovic for Klimke. Nice and quiet, nice and relaxed.
Golden score, tatami 4.
Well, you can see the difference now in the style and the posture, the tactics taken up by Klimke in that last 40 seconds. Doesn't want to get involved. Quite happy to move away, keep her distance, no real attacks here. And they're the biggest one of all, a quick head up, look at the clock and say, that's it, I'm done.
So Klimket through to the semi-final. Battle's still on, isn't it, between her and...
Yeah,
Yeah,
this we come back to this, the head-to-head. What have your Grand Slam results been? Who did you beat? How did you look getting there? However, all of this, for the Canadians, I don't know what's going to happen with the teams, but all of this goes out the window. Because the Canadians have already said, we're going to have a straight head-to-head between Klimke and Deguchi in Canada at some place, and we'll decide after the best of three.
Is that what they've decided?
Yeah. And for me, sorry, with the greatest of respect, I mean, I don't know who's made that decision. For me, waste of time. You could beat Klimke every week, but you better be able to beat everyone else who's going to the Olympics. Or in that event, you may upset Deguchi, and then you go and lose in the game. So for me, it's not who is the best between the two, it's who's able to beat everyone else. Anyway, that's
I have my own ideas on why they've done that, but anyway.
Exactly. Amandine Bouchard of France faces Angelica Delgado of the United States of America. Bouchard in the white judogi, Delgado in blue. She picks up a penalty for holding on to one side with both hands in the first 9 seconds.
And not attacking. Of course, it's not the cross grip that does it. It's just not attacking.
Sorry, held on for it too long without taking a positive action. Bouchard, 2 attempts there, neither of them that good, but good enough to count for attacks. And a second penalty in half a minute from Delgado. She needs to get going here, or else this is going to disappear quickly.
We talked about pace, didn't we? And this is just being off the pace. And Delgado now just got to up the pace, up the ante, and just make sure that she attacks first. And it's about the kumakata as well, catching the kumakata first. And my goodness me! Oh, dearie me! Wow.
Where were we? We're going to miss that. All we're going to see is, unfortunately, Delgado on her back. No, we've gone to the wrong one then.
Yeah. So we just missed it.
Sorry
what
about
did
that.
We see?
Yeah, it was 2.
Mind. Yeah, it was 2. Don't know what happened there. Never mind. So Bouchard goes through, and we're still on for the big matchup.
Right, well, we can stay here then. We'll see. That was a fail, wasn't it? I'll have that back now, Neil says.
I'm going to try anyway.
Tanaki
Haven't caught
Funa.
one yet.
Tanaki Funa of Japan. Oh, look, showing off now, aren't they? They're showing off.
So that was almost that reverse Kosoto gak. Wow.
Step over.
Goes through, but look at the drive backwards there. She's facing the other way when she does it.
Yeah, really excellent. What a smash. Tanaki Funa of Japan goes up against Sabina Gilyazova of Russia. It's Tanaki in the white judogi, Gilyazova in blue. Sporting a new, shorter haircut, Tanaki. They used to call that the basin cut. Just put a basin on top and cut round. It's true, though.
Back in our day.
It's the basin cut. Does the job, doesn't it?
It did. There's a good example there. Edge play. Just got caught on the edge there. And she needs to skip back inside, doesn't she, the Russian? Gilyazova. Opting for the edge because she can feel the danger in the middle of the mat. She knows that Tanaki looking for the ippon, and she'd rather the attack just go outside of the area.
Auf Matte 1 jetzt das Viertelfinale bis 52 Kilogramm der Frau. In white, the Tashkent Grand Prix silver from Mongolia.
Now she starts to get to work here. Gilyazova taking the fight to Tanaki.
Winner of Tatami 3 in blue for France, Cyril Boukli. Boukli goes to the semi-final. Tatami 4, Next quarterfinal, men under 66 kilo. In white for Brazil, Daniel Cardin. In blue for Japan, Abe Hifumi. Tatami 3, quarterfinal, men under 66 kilo. In white for Bulgaria, Božidar Temelkov. In blue for Georgia, Bagrat Diniashvili.
So big match just about to happen now. The quarterfinal in the under 66 kilos in mat 4. Abe Hifumi stepping out there against Cognin of Brazil. We have a quick result here. We might be able to just go over to that. Nice Cianagi there from Tanaki.
Has Makarov been out of the chair yet? Every time we look over there, he's sitting in the chair, isn't he?
He's working, they're working him hard. I think that she's going to catch it in a minute here, Tanaki. She's just setting up for that Cianagi. She'll use the Ashiwaza to get the way in, and then the hips will go across. She'll attack that front leg. Great matches then, all unfolding here on this first day of competition here in Düsseldorf. We kind of suspected it would all happen at the same time. We're going to get 2 penalties any second now. They've got to grip up. We're going to see a score any second now. That might be a Wazari. Wazari it is. Tanaki scores. And this is where they gain the advantage. Let's see if we're going to see the Osai Komi. That foot comes out there and straight into the hold down.
There's something, there's an inevitability about Neowaza with lightweight women from Japan. They seem to be able to control the top half so strongly when the leg is trapped that attention is drawn away from the leg and then they give it up. Anyway, we've gone down to mat number 4 to have a look at Daniel Cognin of Brazil. He's up against Abe Hifumi of Japan. We joined the contest with 1:25 left to go. Cognin has picked up 2 penalties, Abe just the 1. It's Cognin in the white judogi, Abe in blue. He's got one of our gis on. Abe.
Yeah. Do you know, it's by no means, is it? It's not doing it as easy as you expected. Saying that, and he pulls that out of the bag. Gets the ippon for that. Not sure if we're going to catch the ippon.
I shall do my best.
Just catch it. I thought that was Wazari, personally. I thought that... if we have a look at it again, let's just slow it down. Look at where he lands.
Yeah, and he's going off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Turning.
You're right.
And in blue from Georgia.
Really well executed, though, and, well, brilliant stuff, wasn't it, from Abe. Just takes it out of nowhere. Wow. Well, all the matches, all the matchups that we wanted all started to happen.
It wasn't ippon in the end. You're right.
Did they change it?
We were still looking at it, and we were still looking at it, saying we thought it was Wazari would have been a better score.
They heard me, didn't
they?
They did hear me.
And they did change it. So Wazari it is, and you saw in the replay, down onto the side and then off. Had it been down onto the side and on back, I think they may have just stuck with that. Yeah.
I'm doing too much of this referee supervising, aren't I?
40 seconds left to go. Cognin pressing, but Abe clever enough, just manoeuvred him off the competition area there.
This will be the second time that he's gone time, won't it, Abe? It's not all going his way, and not doing it as easy and as he'd like. Oh, saying that, you don't go running onto seeing Aggie people, do you? Oh my goodness. Lightning underneath there.
Yeah, I don't think that he's looked to avoid this with a bridge. I didn't see a bridge. I saw a slightly different movement, and that's what they agreed with. One big attack from Kagnin left. Got to go now. No opening. Just got to risk it now.
Yeah, it's all over. And Abe goes through to the semi-final.
Speaking of semi-finals, there's a semi-final in the under 60 kilo category going on mat number 3 now. We're going to go to the adjoining mat. Kim Won-jin, although I think there may be a break in between this, so we may have a break. We can go to mat number 2 then. Let's have a look and see what's happening with Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan. He's up against Vaza Margvelashvili. We join it just to see Margvelashvili getting the
win.
The win. So I think that semi-final between Tornike Takadua and Yang Yung-wei, that's also going to be slightly delayed. Or is the replay? Look, they're showing off.
Wow. Oh, my goodness me. Was Ari for that one? Oh, my goodness. What a reaction that was, wasn't it? I mean, just talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. That was absolutely superb. Wow. Good opportune judo, that is. Safarov, wow. Even the Ukemi.
Right, we're watching the quarterfinal in the under 48 kilo category between Francesca Gorda of Italy. She just gets caught there by Milica Nikolic of Serbia, wrapping the sleeves up, as she does very well. And it's Nikolic who goes into the semi-final. Never have I known a fighter who can pull defeat from the jaws of victory as Milica Nikolic can. So many occasions you see her poised in the semi-final only to lose, to go into the bronze medal match and end up with a 5th place. Incredible.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen here for her. Another quarter-final just about to happen. Shamilov of Russia up against Skatero of Spain in the under 66 kilos. Another quarter-final match, and it's just about to happen here. And we're on mat number 1.
Please welcome in white from Russia.
After this, we'll have a 10-minute break. I just want to tell you that 3 times Nikolic has been a silver medalist in a Grand Slam. Never won a Grand Slam gold medal. 3 silver medals. She's been in the final 3 times. 5 times she's picked up bronze medals. 5 times. And that was a little bit unfair on her because only once has she ended up with a 5th place. But that was in Grand Slams. And in Grand Prix, 3 times she's ended up with 5th place. So she's got 4 5th place finishes in between Grand Slams, Grand Prix. And if you add in the Masters, then she's got 5 5th place finishes and 2 5th place finishes at World Championships. 5 is
they're roundabout.
That is such a bad number, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Well, Shamilov just having a few problems here with Katero. Huge thrower, Shamilov. They have a rich history, don't they, in the 60, 66 kilos. The Russians.
Yeah, they're looking for their third 60 kilo category Olympic gold medal in a row, having had Robert Schwiderbadze in Rio and Arsene Galstian in London. My feeling is that they've got someone, and his name is Iago Abuladze. That's the boy. I reckon it's Abuladze. It's none of this lot. Well, obviously this is 66 kilos, but I think he will overtake Schwiderbadze and the others who are there or thereabouts. He's just on such a curve at the moment, doing so well, and he's proving really, really difficult. And he gave Nagayama a scare in Paris, if you remember.
Yeah.
Nagayama had to come from behind to beat him. He had the Osaikomi and the reverse, the Ushiro Kezugatami on him. And Nagayama was wriggling like a snake. Managed to get out and then came back and smashed him. But there was that moment when you thought, hang on, could be problems here.
Happen, yeah.
So I like the look of Iago Abuladze. He is an exceptionally awkward fighter as well. Got a very, very difficult and slightly unattractive style, but it's very effective. That's a handful. Iago Abuladze. Anyway, it's Shamilov that we're looking at the moment in the 66 kilo category. He's up against Alberto Gaitiero Martin of Spain. No scorers yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. We've got 1:20 odd left to go.
Oh, now then, that was close. Gaitiero there, very close to that Cianagi. The winner of this, of course, goes through to the semi-final. Loser goes down to the repechage match, final repechage match. So that was Newaza. The difference is there, he was hooked in as if he was going for the Sangaku and then brings his opponent over. So classed as Newaza, not a Tachiwaza technique. Trying for the Ouchi, very low Ouchi-gari there from Shamilov. Five seconds. This first 4 minutes, saying that does look as if it's going to go into golden score, doesn't it? Any score now then will do it. Got to tie his trousers up there. His trousers are not done.
Dieses Viertelfinale geht in die Verlängerung. Golden Score.
That was tight there. Just turned in for the Sodi Surikomigoshi.
Didn't like the feel of it and came
no,
out.
It
Looked
just
good to
came
me.
out. Yeah, it looked very good. Very tight, wasn't it?
Oh, here we go.
This could be it.
Not quite.
Oh, that was a good second one, I thought. Was it continuous? Could have been a Wazari, that one. It wasn't far off. Small change of direction. Good decision there from the referee.
Second part coming from the ground, do you think?
Well, no, if it's continuous, then it's not. But I think that it's because it changed direction. And I think that what happens is in situations like that, you need more direction. So if I do a counter on you or a combination, then I need to make sure that I use my tewaza, my hands, in order to control it down. And, you know, when somebody just drops or they change direction themselves, it doesn't warrant a score. Starting to get a little bit tired, these two now. Something's going to come. He's got to tie his trousers up. A good 40 seconds there, and they just to get a breather. Got to be first in. Shamalov can't afford to let Guerrero be first in. Second time he's done that now, Guerrero. This is it. Something's going to happen. Oh, what a Sakeshi that was. Shamalov. Wow. It was just hands. Look at him. Just change of direction. They were close in. And look at the hands. Fantastic hand movement there, and he just directs him. And that's exactly what we were talking about there, about having the hands do the work. So a brilliant way to finish that first part of the morning session.
Yeah, I think the plan now is that there will be a short break of just under 10 minutes when we would normally go and get something to eat. However, they're not going to let us do that now.
They're not going to let us.
No.
So we've got 10 minutes, and then we have the repechage finals, and then the semi-finals, and then we'll have a small break.
Then we'll do it.
And then we'll do it, yeah.
But what we can do is to just look back at the under 48 kilos. We were talking, first of all, we were talking about this head-to-head between Laura Martinez and Julia Figueroa. We now know the result of that. Laura Martinez went out, and in the under 48 kilo category, we had Julia Figueroa going forward. Okay, we may not be talking about someone who will win it, because Tanaki Funa is in the driving seat for that, and she finds herself in the semi-final. So we'll come to that. But the pressure must be relieved for Julia Figueroa, knowing that your teammate is out and you're still in. So that was one that we were talking about. 52 kilo category. Well, for me, it's been the number one seed and the number two seed, Amandine Bouchard and Abe
It's on,
Uta.
isn't it? It's really on, and I think that both of them been performing well, and you've got to say that Abe has just looked absolutely flawless. But Bouchard is the one that can cause her upsets, and like you said, she's got not only just a nice attitude, but she's got a good attitude for judo as well. Never gives up, very cool, calm and collected, And could she cause problems if they get that far? I mean, we can't just jump to conclusions that they're automatically going to be in that final. But
they look like the two big guns,
and it looks set.
They're still in there, and in exactly the same way that we've got the two big guns in the under 48 kilo category, Tanaki Funa and Yulia Figueroa are still in there. We've still got a possible 1 and 2 matchup in the under 52 kilo category. As far as the under 57 kilo category, well, this morning we were looking at Jessica Klimke of Canada. She's got her own battles going on. Theresa Stoll of Germany. We're going to see Jessica Klimke going up against the 4-time World Masters champion Dortsurin Sumi, a former world champion from Mongolia. And then the semi-final that includes Sarah Leone Sasik, who else we were talking about. She's going to go against the home favourite, the number 2 seed, Theresa Stoll.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? And you said on home ground, and Stoll is doing well, isn't she? She's having a good tournament.
Yesterday when Neil and I were looking at these, we didn't want to have the same picks, and I just thought, let me look and see what the opposition is like. And the only stumbling block that I saw for Sasik was if there was a semi-final with the home girl, Theresa Stoll. That's what I was looking at.
It's interesting.
And that's on. And Klimke, right, well, she's going to end up against Dortsurin.
She's looked great, though, and I have to say that. But, the top 4, actually, aren't
Good
they?
ones.
The one fantastic. 57 should be good.
But we've still got 1 and 2 possibility.
Yeah.
It's still 1 and 2 possibility. We do not have that possibility in the under 60 kilo category because, love him as much as you do, the big-hearted Sharafuddin Lutfilayev lost in his quarterfinal, so he's gone down into the repechage.
He looked out of sorts, didn't he, Lutfilayev?
Yeah.
He just didn't look right. He was struggling to get through. And but obviously Takato on the other side there, just doing everything that was expected of him.
And we're going to see, in the semi-final, it'll be Tornika Jakadua of the Netherlands to go up against Yang Yung Wei of Chinese Taipei, and the other semi-final will be Kim Won-jin to go up against Takato Naohisa of Japan. So both the number 1 and number 2 nowhere to be seen in the under 60 kilo category.
But the favourite is still in there.
Well, Takato,
probably.
Yeah, because that was who we picked.
Yeah.
You know, we made no bones about it. It didn't matter if you were 1 or 2, Takato was going to win. So that's who we went for. Takato, however, wasn't one of the top 4, but he's in there with a shout. And then I suppose the blue ribbon event for the day is the under 66 kilo category, because all eyes have really been on Abe Hihumi in the under 66 kilo category.
Shikalazada fought him well, didn't he?
It was a good battle.
In the end, he fought him well. He came out there not to be stamped all over, and I thought he did well.
I suppose we should give a mention to Denis Vieru. It seems ages ago that the number 1 seed went out. He went out in round 2 to Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan. A little bit of a shock. Well, in a way, because Safarov is a quality player.
Yeah, but then Safarov just went over like, didn't he? He really got thrown there by the Georgian. But I think with Denis Vieru, a bit disappointed for him, because I thought that he was coming through just at the right pace to be a contender for an Olympic medal. And the last few events, he's had poor form, which is a bit of a shame.
Abe, and who else was it? Was it Vaza Margvelashvili that we saw from the other side? We saw with a big ip on not too long ago.
Yeah.
So
huge.
Yeah,
should be interesting.
Those have been the people that we were looking at. We've got about 3 minutes left to go. I think we're going to ask the Chief if we can just have a little bit of highlights on the screen, and Neil and I take a quick sip of water, if that's okay with you, Chief. There you go.
be ready. Ladies and gentlemen, only 2 minutes to go. Düsseldorf, are you ready? Clap your hands.
Liebe Freunde, 2 Minuten noch bis zum Beginn der Halbfinals. Jetzt heißt es schon mal warm klatschen, hier im Rhythmus. Los geht's.
Yes, let's go more. Clap, 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 clap. Dear judoka, dear athletes, please be ready.
Repechage contest under 60 kilogram on mat 1. Please welcome the white from Uzbekistan, Zalafudin Lufliayev, and the blue from Belgium, Jore Verstraeten. Tatami 2 now the semi-final under 60 kilogram. Please welcome in white from Netherlands, Tonike Tachkalwa. In white, blue from Chinese Taipei, Yang Yongwei.
Tatami 3, semi-final. Men under 60 kilo in white for Republic of Korea. Kim Won-jin in blue for Japan.
Right, well, welcome back. We are about to get underway with the semi-final and repechage contest. Day 1 of the Düsseldorf Grand Slam, and I'm delighted to be sitting alongside Neil Adams.
Well, we've seen some amazing judo so far. What a great start to day 1.
And we're going to go over to mat number 3. We're going to see the first of the semi-finals in the under 60 kilo category. Kim Won-jin of the Republic of Korea faces Takato Naohisa of Japan. It'll be Kim in the white judogi, Takato in blue. The adjoining mat, by the way, has the other semi-final, Tonika Chikado of the Netherlands and Yang Jung-wei. Sport for choice here.
What a cracking match this is. Kim Won-jin fights him well here. He always fights Takato well. Saying that, Takato's been on absolutely blistering form all day. But, and as I was saying earlier, Sheldon, the Koreans coming to form at just the right time. They really are coming to form. And the last 3 events, they've had their best teams out, picking up valuable wins and gold medals and also points prior to the Olympics.
My feeling on this is that Kim Won-jin would have liked this fight a little bit later.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking just exactly that. You know, he could have done with a better draw to bring him both of them through, you know, which probably could have been the final, but anyway, it's not. Oh, now then, it's all over. Sodi Tsurukamigoshi, and he was right the way underneath him there, Takato. And he made that look easy. Oh, my goodness.
Tatami 3, winner of the semi-final.
Takato gets in a good position. Kim Won-jin gets his hands tied up in the wrong position. And
Well,
unfortunately, it all
Just
goes
missed
wrong.
it.
Well, they may bring it back.
Yeah, they might bring
Yeah,
it
yeah.
back here so we can have another look. Sodi Surakumigoshi, we're watching it on the big screen here. Absolute brilliance, just disappeared underneath him. And, well, right the way over the top. Made it look so easy. Here we are. Look at the change of direction. Left-handed grip. Then just changes at the right time there. The Korean starts to come over with the arm. The arm goes, just pops up into the air. Watch it. Just pops up, and then he disappears underneath it for the Sodi. Brilliantly taken by Takato. So Takato's in the final, and the Japanese headache becomes even bigger.
Right, let's have a look at the adjoining mat, the second of the semi-finals in the under 60 kilo category. Tonika Chikadua of the Netherlands faces Yang Yongwei of Chinese Taipei. It's Chikadua who leads with a little over a minute and a half left to go. He's picked up the single Wasari. It's penalty free. Chikadua in the white judogi, Yang in blue.
He does well, doesn't he? Chikadua absolutely surprises so many people. He really does. And here he is with a chance of going through to fight the Japanese in the final. And wow.
Well, it's been a while since the Dutch have had a top flight 60 kilo fighter, certainly one that has medalled in the Olympic Games, Ruben Hokus,
Yeah.
way back. And then after that, I think they had, one other who was there or thereabouts. He's one of the doctors now, or physios, in and around the Dutch team. Jeroen Muren, if you remember. Jeroen was a useful player.
Just a bit.
Useful player. 40-odd seconds left to go.
Yeah, he's got to get back on the pace here, Chikadua, because he's resting on his Wasari a little bit, and you can see it, and just needs to pick it up. He's going to get a penalty otherwise. So this will be it.
Thirty-odd seconds. He'll pick up one more, I reckon, around about the 19, 15-second mark, and then he'll just see it off. Not going to be able to claim that.
No. It was, unfortunately, it wasn't a technique from the beginning. You can't really call it a technique, and so it won't be scored. It's not enough.
Done it now. All he's got to do is avoid getting thrown.
Wasn't far off, was it? It wasn't far off. Top part, that was a good decision from the referee there, because the top half there didn't quite touch. He wants to have a look, quite rightly so too, because he doesn't want to not give it if it deserved one. So I thought that was a great decision by the referee.
And it's on the other side from him. We could see the back this time.
So I don't think it will be a score. I don't think it warranted a score, but certainly Yang.
Sounds as though it was.
No, the arm was out. So I think that it will all be over. Oh, no, you're right.
That's what I mean.
It
It
was
sounds
given,
as though
yeah.
it was. I didn't see it because we have commentary position. Make sure that we only look at the screen, but from the reaction of the crowd, I thought, here we go. Gonna give me a little bit more time. He just squeezed that one out. Now, remember, we only have one angle up here, but there are other angles, and it may feel and look different from something else that they've got another camera angle.
Well, that's why I thought it was a good decision by the referee.
Same
there.
here.
You know,
Same
I
here.
thought
That
he
was
did a
mine.
great job there.
That was my initial reaction. Good call. But they've seen something else, and Yang put the score on the board right at the death there as well. Just as I said, all he had to do was avoid getting thrown. He was going over.
He did as well, didn't he?
And now the force is with Yang as he attacks again. Chikado is going to have to get up here and finish this one off.
Well, he's going to have to step back onto the pace, because what happened was he was defending the score and wasn't on the pace for a minute. So now he's going to have to get back on that.
Yang, who is well known for his prowess in newaza as well. Almost coming up with the turnover. Dutch coach saying, hey, I'm just coaching when there's mate.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
No, he started before.
He wasn't.
Yeah. There's no blood on Chikadwa, so we can continue.
So one was Ari apiece. Anybody's match, this one. It's nice to see actually Chinese Taipei with an athlete at this level. Just one of the most improved, actually. Second penalty up there to Chikadwa.
Rightly so, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, 100%.
Just taking his foot off the gas here, trying to recover. He was looking 2 minutes ago or so at finishing the contest. He just hasn't got the stamina now.
Yang climbing all over this now, really is.
And again on the ground, giving Chikadwa some problems.
I think that leg's coming out. Now this is it. Oh, the leg's out.
Hasn't got enough to keep him off. That's it now. 10 seconds left to hold him. Chikadwa knows that this one has gotten away from him.
Great result, and that was really good stuff from Yang. Pulled the technique out, didn't he? Just as Sheldon was saying, all he needs now, and then it happened.
Don't blame me. It was a coincidence.
We finished
Neil.
what he was saying with a score, and then he evened
there
it
it
all
was.
up. And Yang Yongwei just stayed on top all the way through. Then.
Oh dear, yeah.
Winner of the semi-final.
Yeah, he dug deep. He realised that he would need to get a score on the board, and Chikadwa, because there was no chance of penalising him because he was penalty free. He had to avoid giving up a score, and unfortunately for him, he could not. We're going to stay on mat 2 because the number 1 seed, Jessica Klimke of Canada, faces Dortsurin Sumia of Mongolia. It'll be Klimke in the white judogi, Dortsurin in blue. On the adjoining mat, if you want to see the other semi-final, the home favourite, Theresa Stoll of Germany, is going to go up against Sarah Leone Sissik of France. It'll be Stoll in the white judogi, Sissik in blue. We're just waiting for the other repechage contest to finish off down on mat number 1. That was Jori Verstraeten of Belgium throwing a very tired Sharafuddin Lutfilayev.
Winner of the repechage contest on mat 1 in blue from Belgium, Jori Verstraeten, who will compete for bronze.
One of my favourite fighters, Jori.
Next will be
Good boy, really good spirit. You know, there's some fighters that are not hard, not really hard. He's one of those boys, but he's got a lot of spirit. So I'm glad for him.
On tatami 2, it's the semi-final in women's under 57 kilo category.
And Sharafuddin Lutfilayev has just got, he's just too attacking at times.
But he did look tired, didn't he? He looked very, very tired.
In all the contests,
yeah,
too.
Yeah, in everything, yeah. He did.
The semi-final in the under 57 kilo category.
Right, I'm not going to speculate on anything other than the contest in hand. I think everyone at home listening knows the background to Klimke and where she stands in the world ranking list and what the qualification questions being posed are. She's up against Dortcherin Sumio, which in itself is a mountain to climb. 4 times the world Masters champion, a former world champion. Huge ask for the #1 seed. Here we go. It's Klimke in the white judogi, Dortcherin in blue. Neil.
Well, this really is, isn't it? This is an absolute essential contest, you could say, for Klimke. So both Shido for pinning the sleeve down. Got to go on the action-reaction, push it down and back in, disappear. And that's what Klimke's looking for, of course, that. We know that. There it is.
Winner of mat 1 and going to compete for bronze in white from Russia, Anastasia Kokina.
The #4 winner.
Well, she hasn't attacked yet, Dortcherin. 40 seconds in. She needs to get onto it now. She needs to get onto the pace. I have seen on a couple of occasions Klimke just coming in almost too quick in order to get an attack in, but it hasn't been a proper attack. And then she wonders why sometimes she gets penalized for it. And you've got to keep the quality to the attacks.
Yeah, that's such an important thing, making sure that each time you launch an attack is valid. You're not going to get called for a false attack. You threaten your opponent with a quality attack. Getting tied up here a little bit, Klimke, with the sleeves. Yeah, and now she picks up the second penalty. Just trying to break the grip off there, slapping the hand away.
Oh!
That's a better effort.
Yeah, it was. It was right the way underneath, wasn't it?
And you were talking about how important combinations are for her. When the second part of the combination is the strongest part of your throwing technique, that's the real danger. At the moment, it's the first. The first is the strongest. That rattles them, and she comes up with the second part of the combination, which is a weaker part of her throwing techniques. When the second part is the strongest, she's really threatening with the Seoinage as the second part of a combination. Maybe that's what she needs to work on.
I think what we do, we see a lot of them making readjustments as they go. First one, not quite. See that one there now,
and couldn't,
right the way between.
finish with the push.
Yeah, just couldn't finish.
Well, now that build-up for me.
Well, she knows she's got to go in, doesn't she, Klimke? She knows.
The thing is, as the referee, you'd just be holding back a little bit because some of the attacks are not that polished, you know. But she gets it. She does draw the penalty on the back of having put in 1, 2, 3 big efforts. No answer from Dortcherin. Second penalty to the Mongolian. Ooh, got blocked.
Yeah, the difference between a block, you know, and no rotation. If you have no rotation because you just drop, different. But
that was a genuine block.
Yeah, no, genuine block. I mean, she
hit the wall.
Well, she did do, didn't she? Hit a steel girder.
Klimke's got to be careful here not to get drawn into attacking just for the sake of it, because it will, at this point, look like a false attack. Took a bit of a whack to the face there. Fine balance between making sure that you attack in the right time and you don't let it drift.
Well, again, she's got to get the rotation for that Seoinage, and this is why she needs to be able to hit on the other flank. She needs to hit the other side.
A little bit too late for Klimke to learn that now. This is her. What you see is what you get. And she has to hope that everything that she's done up to this point is enough for her to get past. And she does on the other side. Well,
She came off,
got
didn't
lucky
she?
there.
Yeah, well, she came off
Yeah.
the other side, gets the Wazari for it, almost celebrates, then realises she's still got 35 seconds left yet. She's going to run now.
Well, here's the problem. She can't because she's got 2 penalties. Footwork would be good strong attack. So for me now, with 25 seconds left to go, don't attack. You've got a positive score, you've got 25 seconds, grip and move, you'll be into the teens as far as the seconds left are concerned. Stay upright, avoid getting caught, and don't false attack. Don't offer up that opportunity.
Yeah, I think that it's just maintain the quality, isn't it, and of the attack. She knows that it's nearly there now, 14 seconds. This will really put pressure on, won't it?
Change that grip.
Good attack.
Okay, yeah, that'll do.
So 4 seconds left. She just needs to stay exactly where she is now. Let Dorsaeren come to her.
A little bit of footwork to keep Dorsaeren off. Single score it is. Off the other side, on the left side, having attacked right-sided Senege, which is her go-to technique. Jessica Klimke makes her way into the final of the under 57 kilo category. We can go quickly then to mat number 3 to see what's going on in the semi-final between Theresa Stoll of Germany and Sarah Leone Sissik of France. There happens to be a short break there whilst we wait for Stoll to return to the tatami. We're not sure how the break came along, but they'll be back shortly. Our chief,
I think we have a small injury there on the neck by the looks of it.
No score between Stoll and Sissik. We've got 20-odd seconds left to go. Both fighters picked up a penalty apiece. It's Stoll in the white judogi, Sissik in blue.
She has the grip that she wants here, Sissik. Very close there. The German crowd here, I tell you, they're right behind.
Nice little combination there, Uchimata, Kosoto, Gake. Just had Sissik stumbling, but I think she had that under control, the defense against that. The Uchimata that had her stumble a little bit. Oh, actually, it was the Kosoto Gake at the end that had her going.
Yeah, nice Kosoto there. Sissik just manages to climb off. Now Sissik goes in for a left Sinagi.
Mate, I think. They'd called Mate already. See, you could see from the reaction in Sissik's body, she wasn't defending against that.
No, she just stopped, didn't she, momentarily. Here she goes, breathes again. The crowd were on their feet again.
A crowd throw, that one. Okay.
Now. Well, they're both, this is an open fight, you know, let it go on, let it carry on. They've got to grip up, they've got to go for it.
She'd like to get that right arm around the collar.
Oh, now then! Ooh, very close. With Surigosh, and she had her up there, above the head.
Took a bit of a risk there, did Stoll, getting in close. Knows now that when that arm goes around the back, you can't hang around. Got to get your attack in first.
What a good match between these two. Excellent stuff.
Again close with the footwork. So that's where, for me, the threat is.
Nothing like Ashiwaza, is there? Ashiwaza makes or breaks it. Super stuff.
Keep working the feet. Stoll. He's unsettled Sissik a couple of times.
Well, it's opposite stance, isn't it? Left against right.
Yeah.
Oh!
Absolutely
It's all
huge.
over. My goodness me. Well, let's see if we can just catch it. We have. We've just caught it here. Thank goodness for that.
Well done, Neil.
Yeah, well done. We've caught one. We're going to catch it again. We'll slow it down a little bit for you this time. But, well, she ran right the way onto it, didn't she? Ashiguruma, and she just absolutely buries her. Suzuki into the final, and that was a mistake by Stoll.
Next will be the rapid challenge of.
Well, who's she going to fight in that final then?
Please welcome in white from the United States of America.
Well, on mat number 2, you've got the number 1 seed, Amandine Bouchard of France. She goes up against Bishrelt Korledoy of Mongolia. And then on mat number 3, it's Abe Uta of Japan going up against Gilly Cohen of Israel. I suppose, given that we happen to be on mat number 3 already,
we'll stay on
we
mat
can
number
stay
3.
here. Now, normally we would go with the number 1 seed. However, it's the world champion, Abe, so we're okay.
We can do it.
Yeah, we can stay here. Normally we go with the number 1 seed, but Abe Uta is the world champion. We're going to watch her. If you want to watch Amandine Bouchard, just click on 2 and you will get that. Abe in the white judogi, Cohen in blue. Here's Neil.
Well, you never know. We might get both.
What, you think Abe's going to throw that far?
Yes, you never know, do you? You never know. Let's have a look at the pace that this starts at, because Cohen as well starts at a fast pace, but look at this. She comes out of her blocks and she's away. Uchimata. She goes off the sleeve with that Uchimata as well, doesn't she? And spins it. She gets rotation to it.
Representing Spain, Anna Perez. Did not compete due to injury.
There's something that Abe doesn't like about that grip from Cohen, and Cohen jammed a finger there.
I think it's like any big throwers, you know, they don't like it when, it's like Newaza people, they don't like people attacking them in Newaza, and she's a gripper. So when people grip her hard, she doesn't like it, of course. Oh, look at that, though. That's the Wazari. Ogoshi. And look at the transition there, straight in there. And it's all over. Just 10 seconds, got to hold her for. Did she make this whole competition look easy so far, didn't she? Right the way to the final, Ippon every match, and she's just a class act. Well, I think we could just go over. Let's go over to mat number 2, shall we? And just have a look at the other one then. Who's going to meet her? Is it going to be the match that we wanted? Bouchard against Abe. Bouchard is in the other semi-final here, and she's in white.
Ladies and gentlemen, the current world champion, Abe, goes to the final.
Bishrelt picks up a penalty there for passivity as Bouchard circles, rather like a hunter.
She does that all the time, doesn't she? She does.
Looking for her
takes her
prey,
time.
you know, like a lioness, maybe. Good grip here from Bishrelt. Can she use it, however? Just needs to get her head up a little bit, but Bouchard's got the right arm around the collar, just pulling her in a little bit.
Did she go onto the leg? Now, I'm not so sure she didn't go onto the leg there, and they might just stop that just to see if she went onto the leg, and I think that might be a penalty up there to Bouchard. We'll have another little look here. Yeah, she's on the leg. So they might just penalise her for that.
Yeah, she's just trapping with the elbow, isn't she?
Sure.
Even though she's going in the other direction and going back, she's got the leg trapped here. And that's what really gives the
all
leverage
about levers,
to bring
isn't
about.
it?
Yeah.
So all about levers.
without that, she doesn't have that kind of power. And with trapping the leg, she can bring that off. This time she doesn't, and it's a nice position here. Ooh, close. It's really dangerous with that.
Well, she's getting stronger and stronger with it. It didn't look so good in the earlier rounds, and I've got to say that definitely looked stronger in this semi-final.
Bouchard, by far the more dangerous of the two up to this point, threatening in 2 or 3 different ways, and Bishrelt, to be honest, just chasing the contest here.
It's interesting, wasn't it, that Bouchard, she looked surprised when she got the penalty there. She needs to have a look at the 2 that she's executed and look at the difference, because the first one was beautifully executed above the waist, and the other one was below the waist. It's quite interesting.
I think that she thinks that she's pushing backwards, but really she's trapped the leg, and that's given her the ability to push backwards, because Bishrelt can't move. She's got the leg trap now.
Yeah.
In any event, Ishido was the result of that action. 2 penalties picked up by Bishrelt. She's got a whack to the lip, which has drawn a bit of blood. They'll just tidy that up. Normally, they'll have a look and see whether, just by pinching the lip and applying a little bit of, I don't know, I don't think they do anything like coagulant. It's not like boxing where you get a cut and they put something on. They just look to see if they can stop it, and if there's no tape on, then it looks as though the cut has stopped, which is the case. She's back on now. Fingers are all taped up as well.
That's just to hold the fingers on, you know that, just to keep them on the hand.
It was a good turn from Bouchard. She doesn't like having her back against the competition edge. I like that.
Yeah, well, like I say, you go up there and you drift towards the edge there, then you have to pay the price. You take your chance. That was off the ground.
Yeah, so that's okay. So he's really threatening with that little sit-down Kataguruma. Doesn't have the benefit of the leg any longer, but that wheel across the shoulder, a nice Uchimata effort from Bishrelt. It's about time that she came up with something, to be honest.
She's starting to come back into this, isn't she? She's starting to climb back in. No score for that, of course. That was off the ground, and so now into golden score. Of course, they just heard the announcement that Abe already threw there, which is quite hard, isn't it, when you're still grinding it out. It's not an easy announcement. Doing everything right here, Bishrelt.
Aber, liebe Freunde, großer Applaus für Verena Thom für die tolle Turnierleistung.
And again, Bishrelt in for the Uchimata. Back into the match, that's for sure. She's got 2 penalties up. She knows she has to keep going forwards. Well, just got to be a little bit careful with that. That was the Kosoto there, the reverse. I don't know whether I'm going to call it a reverse Kosoto, but it really is dangerous. This might be the Shimiwaza here. She might just have it. Ooh. Yes, she has. She's in.
Yep, she's had to tap off there. Sharp, good work.
Bouchard through, and we have the final that we wanted. Bouchard against Abe. The return.
Winner of the semi-final.
Great opportune Newaza exchange there from Bouchard, and manages to secure the Shimiwaza. Slight change of direction. And she wasn't going to go far from there.
Right, we come now to the semi-finals in the under 48 kilo category. Tanaki Funa of Japan goes up against Milica Nikolic of Serbia. It'll be Tanaki in the white judogi, Nikolic in blue. Those of you who want to watch the other semi-final, that is, click on mat number 3. Shireen Boukli of France goes up against Katharina Mentz of Germany. It'll be Boukli in the white judogi, Mentz in blue. We'll stick here with Tanaki and Nikolic.
From Serbia, please welcome Milica Nikolic. Tatami 3, the second semi-final under 48 kilogram. In white judogi, please welcome from France, Shireen Boukli. And in blue judogi, im blauen Judoanzug aus Deutschland, Katharina Mentz.
Tatami 4, representation for women under 48 kilo. In white for Spain, Julia Figueroa. In blue for Morocco, Aziza Shakir.
Tanaki in white. Nikolic, Serbia, in blue. Got a mountain to climb here. She knows that anyway, Nikolic. Always, though, just her style just causes a lot of problems, doesn't it, for fighters? Big arm over the top there, and very extreme stance. Change of direction there. Big Kosoto from Tanaki. Got to be a little bit careful attacking that front leg. You've got to be very, very sure. You've got to pin the weight on it if you do attack the front leg, otherwise they can rotate. Drops Cianagi this time, Tanaki. Now let's look at the follow-through. Well, if she's not careful here, she's going to make a mistake, Nikolic. Because Tanaki non-stop down there. Well, Nikolic so far hasn't done anything to initiate, and she does drop Sodi there.
Tatami 4, winner of the repechage in white for Spain, Julia Figueroa.
Just having a real problem here, just settling into this, Tanaki.
Double Grand Slam winner, Figueroa qualifies for the bronze medal contest in the category for women under 48 kilo.
So now she'll have to step up the pace a little bit. Possibility of a Shido for Tanaki if she doesn't. Little bit of frustration there from Tanaki. Penalty goes to Tanaki. Kosoto this time. So now Obutori Gaeshi. Possibility here for the Osai Komi. And straight in for the Osai Komi there. One chance, and that's all she needed. Obutori Gaeshi there, changed direction, and Nikolic is not going to go far from there. Just taps out, and it's all over. So Tanaki goes through to the final, and Nikolic will be fighting for bronze.
Tatami 2, winner of the semi-final. In white from Japan, Tanaki Fuda.
Did well there, Nikolic. She was doing very well to contain Tanaki. Tanaki didn't quite know what to do with her. In the end, she just manages to catch her on the ground.
We're just going to pop next door to see what's happening in the second semi-final between Shireen Bouclé of France. She's up against Katharina Mentz of Germany. There's a little under half a minute left in the contest. No score between Bouclé and Mentz. Bouclé has picked up a single Shido. Mentz has picked up two. It's Bouclé in the white judogi, Mentz in blue.
Any score, of course, and it's all over. That looked to me as if it was going against the arm there. They've got to be careful of that. Saw too many of those on the previous couple of Grand Prix Grand Slams. Attacking against the straight arm now.
Not quite enough. Good thinking, though, to try and come up with that counter, but couldn't finish off.
Dieses Halbfinale geht in die Verlängerung. Golden Score.
Something's going to happen from here now. Big arm round the back.
Mentz got the physical power left to deal with Bouclé coming forward. Just beginning to look that little bit drained.
Both looking for the hips across. One on the left, one on the right. Both starting to blow a little bit.
First time that I've seen Bouclé just looking a little bit tired, drawing in as much breath as she can. Just as well that Mentz has got to tie a gi up. It gives Bouclé a chance to draw even more breath.
So anybody's match, this. Well, Ippon given, and this will be interesting to see, actually. And I'm not sure if we'll catch it just in time. Let's try. But no, we just caught it at the end there, so just a little bit too.
And they've had a look already.
See, yeah, whether they were coming off the ground, but it's just good to see it sometimes.
There was the suspicion of it being
Yeah.
on the ground, but they've decided otherwise.
We're going to go over to mat. We're going to go on to mat 3. Sorry, we're on mat 3 there with semi-final of the under 66 kilos category between Temelkov, Bulgaria, against Abe Hifumi. And, well, the other semi-final. Are we on the wrong one? There we are. The other semi-final is Margvelashvili of Georgia against Shamilov of Russia. That should be an absolute cracker as well, so should be a good final.
Right, well, the stadium announcer is just getting everybody G'd up and ready for this, the last weight category. Here's the action that you were talking about, Neil.
Have a look at where she is there. The German's still up.
Yeah, so that's okay. Perfect.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She's still up. Elbows are not down on the floor. It was Tachiwaza. You can't just stop there and wait for the mate. That's why it's been done. And really great rule, I think, that you can transition from Newaza to Tachiwaza as well as from Newaza. From Newaza to Tachiwaza, not the other way around. Not just the other way around.
Right, well, here we go. Abe Hifumi of Japan goes up against Bozidar Temelkov of Bulgaria. It'll be Temelkov in the white judogi, Abe in blue. The joining mat, as Neil just mentioned anyway, Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia up against Yakub Shamilov of Russia. Temelkov in rarefied air, a Grand Slam semi-final.
Ouchi, was he on the bottom though? He was below the belt line there when he did that Ouchi.
Well, they will, yeah, oh, definitely, yeah, sorry,
So
pal.
it's Shido.
Yeah. Yeah, the first part as well, just below the belt, but definitely the second, as he inadvertently got the hand assist on the leg. Single Shido picked up then. Neil's keeping the little gadget close to him, ready for the replay.
Yeah.
Best way, isn't it?
Yeah, no, just hopefully it's just our little gizmo here that enables us to stay one step closer.
And we're on mat 3. So he's got called for just pushing the hand away.
Shido apiece here. We don't want to see it go Shido way, that's for sure. We want to see a technique. Done it again. That is, well, no, I'm going to say again now, that is definitely going to be mate. It's going to be a mate. They're going to mate it,
okay,
and we're going to see it, and he's done it again, for sure. So there's going to be a second penalty up here for Abe.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, completely.
So they don't know why, the crowd don't know why, but they're not looking
on the big
at
screen.
No.
Yeah. And any delay in this doesn't help.
No, it doesn't. It's wrong. They've got to give the second penalty up to.
Done.
2 penalties up to Abe now.
And now they've shown it on the big screen, and that just helped Bobby Donaldson a little bit. Because people say, oh, that's why. Yeah.
He needs to change that if I was Abe's coach here.
A couple of slips. He was just a little bit loose, I think.
Yeah, but, at this level, and they know the score. They know exactly what the score is. They've been doing it long enough. It's not like we used to, they used to benefit from the leg grabs. They didn't.
Who would have credited it that the Japanese would be called twice for leg grabbing against the Bulgarian?
True, isn't it? I mean, it's amazing, isn't it?
How the tables have turned.
The winner of the last year's Tashkent Grand Prix will compete for...
Plenty of time left on the clock here. The problem for Temelkov is that he has picked up a penalty.
Well, and he's been nowhere near, obviously Abe, but Abe needs to just change his game plan. If I was shouting anything to him, it would be just leave the Ouchi and let's just concentrate on the Sodi. The Sodi's the one.
Biggest question, can Tamelkov keep Abe out as far as throwing him is concerned? I wouldn't put my money on it.
No, I mean, he's a spoiler and he's doing everything that he's going to hit him hard. That's exactly what he should do. And
He just has.
yeah, he just did.
Would you mind holding my tooth for me? Bobby Donaldson's looking at me. Are you sure?
I don't. I'm not putting that
No,
in my
not-
pocket.
yeah.
No, you can keep that.
Little over a minute and a half left to go. Nicely balanced, with Abe looking incredibly threatening, having brought Tamelkov down twice, but both by grabbing below the waist. So both scores were taken away.
He might need to just change his game plan here. That's why he's doing the Ouchi, because it's beautifully set for the Ouchi. He's just at the right shape. But just change the hand, you know, where it lands. That's it.
Oh, Tamelkov has made it into the last minute here.
Yeah, he's just hanging on here, and I think that's what's going to happen here. Even if it goes into golden score, it'll just be him hanging on, trying to survive. I mean, that's it's a survival.
It's not me, he said. And he's right. It's Tamelkov who's got to sort out some blood from the fingers.
The number 4, winner of the repechage in white for Georgia, Bagrat Liniashvili.
I'm not quite sure that we need to see the treatment stage.
Did we see the winner of the other semi-final? We didn't.
I didn't. Could have been Vaza Margvelashvili. I'll have a check.
Definitely the Georgian.
Vaza Margvelashvili is
This
in
is
the
it.
final. Oh, we're getting a replay, yeah.
So we're getting a little private replay for the people at home there. I know that we're waiting, aren't we, for Abe Tamelkov to carry on. We're just watching the Georgian there going through to the final. So who's going to meet him? Tamelkov hanging on here. Ouchi this time! And definitely the hand was above the belt that time.
He's made the adjustment then.
Well, it is. It's all it is, isn't it? Just make the adjustment.
It's a pity, really, that Tamelkov hasn't been able to generate any real offense. He hasn't threatened Abe. He slowed him down and made him work on different things, but he hasn't threatened him with a score.
No, I mean, like I say, he's been surviving out there and surviving well, doing well against a more skillful fighter and somebody who's capable of throwing him, and he feels that, he knows that out there, he can feel it, feel the danger. Every time he gets a hold here, Abe, I mean, he's trying to throw that big right arm right the way over the back there, and it's causing him problems for sure. Koji this time, Abe. One score now, remember.
Or an incredible mistake on Abe's part.
Yeah, aye. And it would be, wouldn't it?
It's just what you don't need.
Second penalty there up to Tamelkov.
Thought about the
fight
Maki
we
Komi.
have. Wow, anybody's match. This is really just one mistake, as we were just saying here, and he's starting to panic a little bit here, Abe. It's just not gone as smoothly as he would have wanted it.
And there's no need, really, because you panic when you feel that you may be in danger of being thrown. But there isn't. There's no real danger of him being thrown here. He can afford to stand nice and upright, grip. He can block any threat from Tamelkov. What he can't do is to just hang around, because Tamelkov's perfectly, well, up until that last Shido, Tamelkov would have liked the hanging around, because then they would have both been given passivity. He's no longer got that bit of space.
No, that buffer.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the second time off now. I'm not sure if it's with the same bit of blood, but that'll be it.
He'll say it was a different finger.
Probably.
But he's got all his fingers taped up. I would say no. Last time it was that finger. This time it's this one.
Yeah. Well, and for the people out there, you know, it has to be the same blood coming out, the same abrasion, for it to warrant two times and then
stoppages.
That's it. Two stoppages and that's it. But you can have it 2 times out of another abrasion and then 2 times out of another one.
And that would be my claim, Your Honour.
Yeah.
That it was a different abrasion. Immediately after this contest, we'll have a rundown, a wrap-up, if you like, of how the day is gone. We'll just talk about the 5 finals that we've got coming up, and then we'll let you have a break. It will probably be a break of just under 2 hours, because we'll be back at 5 o'clock. It's 3:05 here. Right, Tamelkov is ready. We've had a minute of golden score. We're back underway.
Still looking for the OG, that's it. Wazari scored there, Abe gets it there, and he went for it. I've got to say, he did go for it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Tamelkov thought he'll open up here, take his chances. Great readjustment there from Abe, under pressure, and you didn't see him below the belt line that time, did you? Super stuff. And it was always right. That position for the OG Gary was the right. He was the right angle for it. And, well, in the end, he paid the price to Tamelkov.
Right, we will come to the Abe question in a minute. Before we do that, we're going to go to take a look at the under 48 kilo category first. Just the final. Tanaki Funa, the number 1 seed, will go up against Shireen Boukli of France. 48 kilo category final.
For me, Tanaki all the way, and I just think she'll have too much for her, too much experience.
And what about the way that she's gone about her business today? Because we were talking in terms of how some of the Japanese fighters in particular, how they go about doing what they're supposed to do, which is they've come here to win gold.
Yeah, no, I think that you've got to bear in mind as well that people are coming out to survive against them, and it's very different, you know. So you can't always look spectacular, and you know that's what I loved about Abe, you know, in his last match, is that he was under pressure, and he hasn't done the spectacular thing. He hasn't looked as spectacular as some of them, and as he does sometimes. But what he did do is he stayed cool, and he got a performance in the end. And actually, sometimes you got to win. You got to grind it out. And I think that she's done enough in the under 48 kilograms. I think Tanaka will have done enough. She has had a couple of people take the fight to her, but she's done enough.
Okay, in the under 60 kilo category, Yang Yongwei of Chinese Taipei to go up against Takato Nahisa of Japan.
Great. I mean, Chinese Taipei, you know, to have him up there and fighting at this level, absolutely amazing. And he's had really good form. He's got great judo. But, you know, I think that he just looks, you know, he's just head and shoulders above everybody today.
Yeah, I agree with you. Takato
yeah.
Nahisa. So far, our picks have made it. We haven't gone far wrong there. And then we come to the under 52 kilo category. Amandine Bouchard of France will go up against Abe Uta of Japan. The number 1 seed goes against the number 2 because we didn't have it in the 48 and we didn't have it in the 60, but we've got it in the 52.
Bouchard has grounded out all day. She's absolutely amazing. I take my hat off because she never stops. If there's anybody going to cause Abe Uta any trouble, it's her, but I don't think that she'll contain her tonight.
Right, I've got an interesting question for you on the Bouchard Abe head-to-head. In the final, has Abe got to step up the way that she's been performing today?
I don't know. I don't think she does. I think that she's been coming out of the blocks all day. And for me, that pace will be too much for Bouchard.
Right, so we've seen Abe. For me, Abe is at the top of the game, you know, sweeping past everybody. Have we seen Bouchard today at the top of her game?
No. But saying that, she just grinds it out, doesn't she? And I think that that's what causes Abe so much trouble. And I think if anybody's going to cause, it's not a technician that's going to cause Abe for them. But if it's anybody, it's somebody like Bouchard who's going to come out and just make her feel horrible. Not just look terrible, but also feel it. You know, it's just a horrible feeling. You can't settle. But I think she'll have to be really, really quick on her game because I think that's the difference here. She's going to come out, all systems blasting, and she'll try and just beat it to the punch, the metaphorical punch, every single time.
So the thing that I've been setting up in this question about Abe and Bouchard is in the final that different things are going to be asked of the fighters. And for me, Bouchard is going to ask to step up to take on the biggest task of the day, and we haven't seen her not tested to the full, but I think that there's something left in the tank that will give Abe a good contest in the final.
I'm telling you, if anybody can do it, Bouchard can.
Okay, so that looks like a great matchup coming there. Under 66 kilo then, Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia to go up against Abe Hifumi of Japan.
I've put Abe to win this. All right, I think that he can, but if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be the Georgian, right? Because he's been throwing them all day. But I think that Abe, and I think we'll see some sweet judo from him tonight, and it will be enough.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you on any of the 4 weight categories that we've had so far, and oddly enough, all of them contain the fighters that we picked to win. Neil and I had this little selection every day, and today 4 out of 4 so far are in the final. We come now to the 5th, and here's the really, really lovely thing. having known him for so long, I picked someone else, and he picked someone else, and the someone else's are now going to go head-to-head. It'll be Jessica Klimke of Canada to go up against Sarah Leone Cicic of France in the final of the under 57 kilo category. We already know the answer from Neil because he's already picked her, but here he is to tell you all about it himself. Go for it.
I think that Klimke is amazing, and I think she's just having a great tournament. I keep saying that, you know, and I would say the same to her, that I want to see her expand her technique, and, you know, I'd like to see something on this other flank all the time. You know, the Sienagi is amazing, the Sodis are amazing, and I think Cicic for me is one of the most developing judoka in that category, and I think the French have really high hopes. First time I saw her, I thought there's an exciting prospect there. So 2 exciting prospects fighting it out, and of course I've got to go for Cicic because I said, you know, I thought that she would have, she was coming through, you know, and but you know, Klimke. I hope she doesn't take offence to it, but I think that she is amazing, you know, and if she wins it, then fantastic, you know, and it's going to be a great match.
Well, we look forward to that final, and indeed the other 4 finals. There'll be 5 gold medal contests when we come back. There'll be 10 bronze medals. So we've got a nice full final block. That will be in an hour and 45 minutes from now. But from Neil Adams and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye for now.